Chapter 793. Just as these people were looking for the person who had attacked in the dark, the battle in the battle cage changed once again. Although Chunda used his martial spirit and became stronger, the golden feathered divine condor seemed to be provoked and became incomparably furious. It launched powerful attacks without any regard for its life. It couldn't be helped. It had been really stifled before. The hateful human in front of it had used some unknown method to reduce its strength by half and even suppress it for a while. As an exotic beast, it couldn't bear it. Therefore, now that there was a chance, it decided to take revenge. It must kill this abominable human in front of it. The light in his eyes flickered like two suns, emitting incomparably dazzling light. Divine eagle eye. Chunda's pupils shrank. He was already on the verge of collapsing. With the addition of the condor eyes, he would definitely be finished. He didn't even want to fight anymore. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. What mount? What reputation? Nothing was more important than his life. Boom! The golden-feathered divine condor unleashed a terrifying attack, blasting Chunda flying again. Scram! Chunda swung his fists, forming fist shadows that filled the sky. It was as if countless meteors were descending with great momentum. However, the golden-feathered, godly condor had the godly eagle eyes and could see through everything. Its body was like a golden bolt of lightning, shuttling back and forth between the fist shadows. It was not hurt at all. Instead, it got closer and closer to Chunda. In the next moment, it finally arrived in front of Chunda. With a wave of its sharp claws, it became the size of a house and quickly descended, bringing with it boundless golden light. Puff! Chunda spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't hold on any longer and was sent flying. He crashed into the blue matrix, causing the earth to tremble. Brother Lung, save me! Finally, Chunda's heart was filled with fear. He no longer dared to fight and quickly called for help. Lung Yu's face was gloomy. He had long wanted to make a move. If Chunda was injured in their bestial battle arena, then all his plans would be ruined. But if he rashly stopped Chunda, he was afraid of hurting Chunda's face, so he was in a dilemma. Now that Chunda took the initiative to speak, he let out a sigh of relief. Without Lun Yu's instructions, the middle-aged man from the Warbeast Castle was already prepared. He immediately removed the blue defensive array. Seeing the blue array disappear, Chunda immediately rushed out and quickly fled. The golden-feathered divine eagle cried out and wanted to soar into the sky, but it was firmly restrained by the black-robed beast tamer. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect this to happen. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his folding fan and slowly walked to Chunda's side. Is this the battle of geniuses you wanted me to watch? I don't see any genius. I only see a stray dog. How ironic. Lin Xian said mercilessly. Brat, you're courting death. Chunda was enraged, killing intent surfacing in his eyes. What's wrong? You're tough now. Why was he so cowardly just now? A venerable running away from a rank 9 demonic beast? What a joke. The crowd was stunned as well. They didn't expect that a student of the Immortal Martial Academy would be so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single strike. Chunda was so angry that he was trembling. His lips trembled as he glared at Lin Xian. He wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. However, he couldn't do anything. Firstly, he was injured, and his chi, blood, and spiritual energy were in a mess. Secondly, what the other party said was the truth, so he couldn't refute it. For a moment, he was stunned on the spot. His face alternated between red and white, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. However, this was probably the most miserable day of his life. At this moment, Lang Yu walked over. He snorted coldly and said, This isn't Brother Chen's fault. The beast suddenly went crazy and caught Brother Chen off guard. Didn't you see that Brother Chen was suppressing his opponent in the beginning? Mistake. Lin Xian sneered. Who was the one who boasted shamelessly, saying that he was a genius from the Immortal Martial Academy, and that his strength was so strong that my eyes were wide open. I did observe carefully, but I didn't see how strong he was. Instead, it was the golden-feathered divine condor in the beginning that was so weak that it couldn't even display half of its strength. Someone must have tampered with it, right? What did you say? Lan Yu's face turned gloomy after being exposed in front of everyone. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he pointed it at Lin Xian. What? You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it? Lin Xian sneered. Don't treat everyone as fools. I'm not the only one who saw your despicable actions. I'm afraid many people here know about it. Nonsense. I don't understand what you're talking about. Lan Yu said in a low voice. Yeah, this isn't Brother Chen's true strength. This is a mistake. If you don't believe me, you can ask the War Beast Arena. The few young men who followed Lan Yu also spoke out. That's true. Even the middle-aged man from the War Beast Arena spoke out. This time, it's true that the golden-feathered divine condor went crazy and disturbed young Master Chen. I beg for young Master Chen's forgiveness. Hearing this, everyone was shocked as they looked at the scene in disbelief. They naturally noticed the abnormality from before, but they didn't expect that the people from the War Beast Palace would be so biased. Moreover, it was twice. This caused them to be extremely shocked, and they didn't dare to believe it. One must know that although the War Beast Palace had internal affairs, they still had to maintain fairness in front of everyone. But now, the War Beast Palace didn't even care about this bit of fairness. It was indeed shocking and somewhat chilling. How is it, kid? Did you hear it? Even the people from the War Beast Palace said that it was that beast that went crazy. What else do you have to say? I think you're just jealous and came here to find trouble. The few young men sneered. That's right. Didn't you say you'll go? Why don't you go? I think you won't even be able to block a single move when the time comes. Everyone knows how to quarrel. If you have the ability, show me your true strength. If you can win, I'll call you Grandpa. The few of them mocked and ridiculed. They didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Of course I'll go. Lin Xian said coldly. This golden-feathered divine condor was originally mine. It's just that some people want to make a fool of themselves. Humph, what are you talking about? I don't believe you can subdue it. Chunda refused to accept it. He didn't succeed, so he naturally didn't want others to succeed, especially Lin Xian. If Chunda really subdued it, it would be a slap to his face in front of everyone. He had already suffered a disastrous blow in his life. He couldn't afford to suffer a second time. So he looked at Lan Yu. He knew that Lan Yu had a way to make everyone lose. This meant that it wasn't his strength that was the problem, but the golden-feathered divine condor. This was his only chance to redeem his face. Lan Yu nodded slightly. He naturally knew what Chinda was thinking. He had the same thought. So he transmitted his voice again to let the middle-aged man and the beast tamer get ready. This time we can't make a mistake. The middle-aged man whispered to the beast tamer beside him. Don't worry. Making the golden-feathered divine condor angry is much easier than suppressing it. A confident smile appeared on the black-robed man's face again. Moreover, after what happened just now, I'm afraid we don't need to instigate it. The golden-feathered divine condor is already in a berserk state. That's for the best. That kid dares to go against us. We won't let him off easily. The middle-aged man's eyes were gloomy. It would be best if he could stay in the cage forever. He. Chapter 794. Lin Xian didn't need to eavesdrop at all. Just by looking at their expressions, he knew what they were thinking. Sneering in his heart, Lin Xian slowly walked into the cage. Crack! Boom! In the next moment, the cage was slammed shut. Then, a blue light lit up and quickly formed a blue array that sealed the entire small space. Lin Xian and the golden-feathered divine eagle were locked in the sealed array. Soon, Lin Xian felt an inexplicable force surge out, suppressing his cultivation to the spirit-detecting realm. In the outside world, Lan Yu and the others sneered. waiting for the scene of Lin Xian being torn apart. On the other hand, the surrounding cultivators were very worried and watched nervously. In the cage, the golden feathered divine eagle was enraged when it saw a human walk in again. It hadn't vented all the anger in its heart before, and now it wanted to vent all of it. It wanted to tear the human in front of it apart. With a furious roar, its demonic aura surged like golden demonic flames. The flames burned, causing the air to distort. It had to be said that the golden feathered divine eagle was indeed powerful. Although it was only a rank 9 demonic beast, its strength wasn't inferior to a venerable realm cultivator at all. In an instant, the entire cage was enveloped by golden demonic flames, as if it was the fire of hell. Seeing this, the middle-aged man and the beast tamer sneered. As expected, the golden feathered divine eagle will be enraged without us doing anything. However, before the black-robed man's laughter disappeared, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his face was filled with surprise as if someone had grabbed his neck. "What? That's impossible!" he shrieked in shock. Beside him, the middle-aged man also frowned with an ugly expression. Lan Yu, Chinda, and the others were stunned on the spot. The surrounding cultivators also looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Many of them swallowed their saliva with difficulty. How is this possible? In the cage, the originally enraged golden-feathered divine eagle was now extremely docile like an obedient sparrow. It didn't look as ferocious as before. The monstrous golden demonic flames had long disappeared. Even the golden-feathered divine eagle was trembling, not daring to get close to Lin Xian. What's going on? Everyone was truly stunned. The golden-feathered divine eagle was an extremely ferocious demonic beast. Previously, it had even killed the black tiger that possessed the power of bloodline. Not only that, not long ago, it had even beaten Qin to the point where he was heavily injured. That terrifying aura was unforgettable to the spectators. But now, it was as if it had changed into a demonic beast, becoming incomparably docile. This is impossible. Could it be that the scholar has some special means? No special method is possible. No one can make the golden feathered divine condor so docile. An expert shook his head, unable to understand. Lun Yu and Chen, Da's faces darkened. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Especially Chinda. His face was distorted to the point that it didn't look human anymore. His eyes were burning with rage, and his entire person was incomparably savage. It couldn't be helped. He couldn't accept this scene. One had to know that he had been abused by the golden-feathered divine eagle before, and he had almost died. And his opponent, a weak scholar, was actually safe and sound? This huge difference drove him crazy. If Lin Fan really managed to subdue the golden-feathered divine condor, his face would be trampled on by Lin Fan. At that time, he would become a joke in Wenfeng City. Damn it, I want him to die. Chinda roared ferociously. On the side, Lun Yu's face was also gloomy. This scholar in front of him had ruined his plan time and time again, causing him to have endless killing intent. He had decided that he must kill Lin Fan here. Hurry up and do it! We can't let him succeed. In the War Beast Castle, the middle-aged man said coldly. On the side, the black-robed man's face was cold. He quickly used a beast-taming technique to control the golden-feathered divine eagle. He had already recovered from the previous shock. At this moment, his heart was filled with killing intent. At that moment, he was mercilessly slapped in the face, so now he must kill Lin Fan. Die, brat! The black-robed man's heart was ferocious. He used a powerful method to make the golden-feathered divine eagle go berserk. Boom! In the cage, the originally docile golden-feathered divine eagle suddenly erupted with a powerful aura again, enveloping the surroundings. In those golden eyes, the original fear was replaced by a touch of madness. On the opposite side, Lin Xian easily revealed a trace of surprise. Just now, he let the dark red divine dragon release a trace of dragon's might to intimidate the golden-feathered divine eagle. That was why the previous scene happened. But now the golden-feathered divine eagle went berserk again, as if it was not afraid of the dragon's might, which surprised him a little. It seemed that it was because of that beast-tamer again. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He was even more interested in the beast-tamer profession. Rumble. The golden-feathered divine eagle went berserk. It immediately opened the divine eagle eye and spread its wings at the same time, condensing countless golden light rays. A powerful and violent aura spread out, filling the entire cage. It was as if a peerless beast had awakened, incomparably terrifying. Puff! Puff! Countless golden light rays surged out, thousands of them, like 10,000 snakes coming out of their holes, pouncing forward. It's here the ultimate skill of the golden-feathered divine eagle. Everyone exclaimed, Lang Yu, Chinda, and the others also revealed a sneer. This time, that kid would definitely not be able to escape. Are you going to use your ultimate skill? Lin Xian held a folding fan in his hand with a calm expression. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and the spiritual energy behind him surged rapidly, forming a pair of wings. It was a pair of golden wings, and every feather on it was lifelike as if they were real. When the wings spread out, they filled the entire blue array. Boom! The golden wings of spiritual energy vibrated, condensing into 108,000 sword rays that shot out quickly. The two collided, and a shocking explosion occurred, causing the entire blue array to shake nonstop, as if it was about to split open. What kind of martial skill is this? It's the same as the golden-feathered divine eagle's ultimate skill. Everyone was shocked, and they were speechless. That young scholar was too mysterious. First, he made the berserk, golden-feathered divine eagle docile. Then he used its ultimate skill. It was too unbelievable. Lang Yu, Chinda, and the others were even more shocked. They did not expect that the scholar would be so strange. In the cage, dazzling light flashed, and soon the victor was decided. 108,000 golden swords were incomparably sharp, and they tore through the void with a terrifying, murderous aura. In an instant, they shattered the opponent's golden light rays, and then rushed toward the golden-feathered divine eagle. The void trembled, and it was as if 10,000 lightning bolts were surging, terrifying to the extreme. Boom! The golden-feathered divine eagle was enveloped by the sword rays, and it was sent flying. Feathers fell from the sky like flickering light, and it was incomparably dazzling. So terrifying. Is this really the strength of the spirit-detecting realm? Everyone was dumbfounded, and they did not dare to believe it. The attack just now was too terrifying, not to mention the spirit-detecting realm. Even a supremacy might not be able to use it. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that the golden-feathered divine eagle was actually defeated. One move, just one move, and the powerful golden-feathered divine eagle was defeated by Lin Xian. Chapter 795. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched. His face was filled with shock. He had personally cast the formation to suppress the cultivation of the person inside to the harmonious spirit realm. In other words, the opponent had defeated the golden feather divine condor with a single strike while being only at the spirit-detecting realm. This was simply too shocking. The black-robed man's face was even more ferocious. As a mysterious beast-tamer, he was able to tame ferocious demonic beasts. Just now, he had successfully controlled the golden feather divine condor and made it go berserk. However, he couldn't change the outcome. He couldn't bear it. He wanted revenge. Gritting his teeth, the black-robed man quickly formed a seal, his eyes revealing a trace of madness. Since he couldn't defeat it, he would perish together with it. In the next moment, the golden feather divine condor let out a miserable cry. Its voice was like a devil's voice, piercing through the clouds. On its body, countless golden demonic chi surged and began to burn, It was extremely strange. Those golden eyes were filled with pain and madness. What's going on? Didn't the golden feathered divine condor lose? It still wants to counterattack? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. He naturally knew that this wasn't the original intention of the golden feathered divine condor. It was the beast tamer behind it who was messing with it. Boom! The golden feathered divine condor couldn't bear it anymore. Its body gradually expanded, charging towards Lin Xian. It looked like it wanted to perish together. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. His soul force gushed out crazily, turning into a soul sword, quickly slashing towards the void. This time he didn't hold back. Puff! The invisible attack seemed to have cut some kind of mysterious thread, causing a slight cracking sound. In the next moment, the golden feathered divine condor's eyes regained clarity. Its body gradually stopped. As for the black-robed man, his body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible! He couldn't stop trembling. His eyes were filled with fear. The opponent's soul force could actually injure him. This was completely out of his expectation. Fear, it was all fear. At this moment, the black-robed man was extremely frightened. He didn't dare to attack again. Moreover, he didn't have the ability to attack anymore. Soul force attacks were extremely strange and dangerous. The slightest carelessness could cost one's life. That sword strike just now had already seriously injured him. He probably wouldn't be able to fight for a few months. The middle-aged man was even more shocked. He knew the strength of this black-robed man. He was a very powerful beast tamer, and his family had spent a lot of money to invite him. But now he was actually injured. We can't let him go. This kid definitely has secrets on him. The black-robed man struggled to speak. Every word he spoke was filled with pain, and his brow furrowed. At such a young age, it was impossible for him to have such powerful soul force. This little brat must have some kind of soul force artifact on him. He had to snatch it. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered with greed. Soul force was the most difficult energy to cultivate. Apart from exalted realm experts, it would be difficult for other cultivators to find a way to cultivate it. Even a venerable one might not have a cultivation technique that specialized in soul power. And now there seemed to be an opportunity. Thinking of this, he sneered again. Inside the cage, Lin Xian severed the beast tamer's control with a single slash of his sword, saving the golden-feathered divine eagle from death. Then he walked in front of the eagle and said coldly, "I know that with your intelligence you should be able to understand what I'm saying. Are you willing to follow me?" The golden-feathered divine eagle lay weakly on the ground. At this moment, when it heard Lin Xian's words, its golden eyes flickered. Without any hesitation, it quickly nodded. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. He took out a cup of spirit wine and fed it to it. Not long after, the golden-feathered divine eagle stood up. It flapped its wings and came to Lin Xian's side. Then it rubbed its head against Lin Xian intimately. "All right, follow me. In the future, you will definitely surpass the extraordinary." Lin Xian patted it. "Let's go." He turned around and walked outside. However, in the next moment, he frowned because the door of the cage did not open. Even the blue array outside did not disappear. The people outside were also in an uproar. Lin Xian had successfully subdued the golden-feathered divine eagle, which shocked them. Quite a few people cheered and cheered for him. After all, in this world, people worshipped the strong. However, what shocked them was that Lin Xian seemed to be trapped in a cage and could not come out. As for the people of the Warbeast Castle, they did not make any moves. It seemed that they had no intention of releasing the captive. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little strange. Leng Yu and Qin sneered malevolently. Originally, Lin Xian had subdued the golden-feathered divine eagle, which made them feel uncomfortable and embarrassed. But now they were no longer afraid because they wanted to make him stay here forever. "Hee hee, so what if you have the golden-feathered divine eagle? You will just die with it. Chenda's face was distorted. In the cage. Lin Xian frowned and turned to look at the war beast castle. What do you mean? You can't bear to part with it, or you can't afford to lose. Young hero, you misunderstood. The middle-aged man smiled and said, After the competition just now, we found that the golden-feathered divine eagle is very abnormal and has a tendency to destroy. For your safety, we will first take it back. After ensuring your safety, we will give it to you. In front of everyone, the middle-aged man acted like a good person and said with concern, Are you sure it's safe? Lin Xian smiled. I don't need it. Hurry up and guard the door. How could he not know the other party's plan? He was afraid that they wanted to renege on the debt. That won't do. After all, this demonic beast came from our war beast castle. If it injures you, it will not be good for our castle's reputation. The middle-aged man slowly said, Yeah, the Divine Wind War Beast Castle pays great attention to safety, so you should wait for a while. Lung Yu walked out. After ensuring your safety, we will certainly give it to you. Oh, by the way, young hero, please move. Let us entertain you. The people of the War Beast Castle smiled and said. Their words carried a hint of coldness. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. This was obviously the War Beast Castle wanting to renege on the debt. Moreover, they had bad intentions. Thinking of this, everyone sighed. It seemed that the scholar was in danger. After all, no matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to fight against a huge War Beast Castle. Bang! The blue array blossomed and formed countless blue light pillars. They quickly fell and trapped the golden-feathered divine eagle. The golden-feathered divine eagle was furious. It quickly charged forward, but to no avail. It was unable to rush out. You guys want to fight? Lin Xian asked coldly. How could that be? We're just thinking about young hero's safety. We have good intentions. Although the middle-aged man was smiling, his laughter was very cold. I think you should agree. Don't let down the War Beast Castle's good intentions. Lung Yu also revealed a trace of evil smile. Don't worry, we will finish the inspection soon. At that time, we will definitely return the golden-feathered divine eagle to you. Now, take the golden-feathered divine eagle away. Chapter 796. Lin Xian had successfully captured the golden-feathered divine condor, but the War Beast Castle did not let him go. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations, especially when the big blue hand was about to grab the golden-feathered divine condor. It caused an uproar. Many people were furious. They did not believe the War Beast Castle's nonsense. Lin Xian naturally did not believe it either. His face was gloomy, and his eyes turned cold. I'll say it again. Let it go and open the prison door. Boom! While his voice was still echoing, the blue light in the sky shone brightly, forming 6 huge light pillars. Together with the ground, it formed a hexagram-sealed space, enveloping Lin Xian. Young hero, don't be anxious. Wait here for a while. The middle-aged man revealed a sinister smile. There might be danger during the inspection later, so we'll put down the defensive formation to protect you. Protect? Even the onlookers' mouths twitched. How was this protection? This was obviously imprisonment. Lin Xian looked at the sealed light formation around him and laughed, as if he had heard a funny joke. However, his eyes were cold, like a sharp sword, incomparably fierce. You guys, do you really think you've got me? Young hero, why do you think so? The middle-aged man sneered. This light formation is inscribed by a formation grandmaster. It can even resist the attack of a venerable. It can definitely protect you. That's right. You just stay here. Lung Yu sneered. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. To be able to resist the attack of a venerable, it was definitely very powerful. Perhaps the scholar was really done for. Seems like you guys are very confident. Lin Xian said lightly, then raised his finger and quickly drew in the air. Buzz! Ka ka ka! The next moment, the huge and dazzling hexagram-sealed space suddenly trembled and made a cracking sound. Then it burst open and turned into countless fragments. Lin Xian looked calm. He walked out from inside and said slowly, "Did you guys remember wrongly, or was the formation, Grandmaster, lying to you? Is this formation really as powerful as you think it is?" As he spoke, he waved his finger again and drew a sword chi, surging upwards. Suddenly, the blue palm that caught the golden feather divine condor cracked like glass and scattered on the ground. Puff! The golden feathered divine condor spread its wings and soared into the sky. It regained its freedom and quickly returned to Lin Xian's side. "Why do I feel that he's pitifully weak?" "Well, what?" The middle-aged man's pupils constricted as he stood rooted to the ground. Lun Yu's face was also filled with fear. He screamed, "You broke it? How is this possible?" Shocking, too shocking. Everyone in the Colosseum was stunned. It was as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't dare to believe it. Chunda's body trembled as he shook his head frantically. "Impossible, this is impossible." He was well aware of the power of the blue light array. Previously, he had not been able to break it with his martial soul, but now his opponent had actually broken it. What shocked them even more was that Lin Xian hadn't used his full strength to blast it open. Instead, he had casually waved his finger and destroyed the entire massive defensive formation. This was too shocking. Lin Xian had a smile on his face as he swept his gaze across the crowd. When Lun Yu felt that gaze, her body instantly trembled as fear rose in her heart. As for Chinda, he was even more unbearable. He was so frightened that he took 5 steps back. "Humph, trash!" Lin Xian retracted his gaze and said disdainfully, "You." Chinda's complexion turned ashen, but he didn't dare to make a move. Lun Yu's complexion wasn't good either. He could only snort coldly to express his dissatisfaction. Everyone was shocked. This young scholar was too domineering. Just a gaze was enough to scare 2 young geniuses. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and looked at the middle-aged man and the black-robed man from the Colosseum. The black-robed man's body also trembled. As a beast tamer, his soul power was very sensitive. He discovered that the soul power fluctuation on Lin Xian's body was exactly the same as the soul aura that had injured him. After hearing this news, his eyes were filled with fear. He didn't dare to look at Lin Xian. The middle-aged man's face sank as he coldly said, "Our Colosseum was kind enough to protect young Hero, but young Hero destroyed our formation. This isn't too good." "Not too good." Lin Xian laughed. "You're still pretending even now. You're really good at acting." "I don't understand what you're talking about." The middle-aged man had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Humph." Lin Xian retracted his smile. He looked at the middle-aged man from the Colosseum and coldly said, "You're saying that the golden feather divine eagle went crazy?" "Exactly. We just wanted to find the reason to ensure young Hero's safety." The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "You're really shameless." Lin Xian sneered. "What did you say?" The middle-aged man was furious. He stared at Lin Xian with an unkind expression. "Young man, be careful with your words. You should know that you can't just say anything. Some words will cost you your life if you say them." "Threatening me?" Lin Xian closed his folding fan and said in a clear voice, "I think there's no need for your Colosseum to continue operating." He turned his head and looked at the onlookers. "I think all of you are clear about what happened today, but due to some people's influence, you don't dare to say it. But I'll say it for you. This battle was obviously set up by the Colosseum to please others. From the very beginning, they didn't let others fight. They specifically let the people they selected to fight. Not only that, they also suppressed the strength of the golden feather divine eagle, making it weak. All the experts here can see this. They obviously want to give the golden feather divine eagle away. If they want to give it away, they can just do it secretly. But to use it as a competition to deceive many warriors and play with them in the palm of their hand, Is this the way of the Colosseum? What's funny is that this genius Chin is really trash. He can't even take away the things in his hands. However, when I went on stage, they secretly let the beast tamers control the demon beasts, making them go crazy and attack without any regard for their own lives. They even wanted to make the golden-feathered divine eagle self-destruct. Fortunately, I stopped it and successfully subdued it. But how did they do it? I think everyone saw it. They sealed the space, forcibly captured the golden-feathered divine eagle, and even wanted to imprison me. If it wasn't because I have some strength, I'm afraid I would have already been killed by them. Lin Xian said coldly, "Such a Colosseum, do you dare to go?" They only allow their people to obtain the demon beasts. If the others win, they will be killed. Do you dare to come? Aren't you afraid of being killed by them one day? Lin Xian's words were sharp, and his voice was vast and mighty. The surrounding warriors were discussing noisily. Indeed, they had all seen what happened today. They weren't fools, so they could naturally understand what happened. And this young scholar's words weren't wrong at all. Presumptuous, a bunch of nonsense. The middle-aged man was furious. He shouted coldly, "Men, capture this person who is spreading lies to mislead the crowd." Huff, huff, huff. Suddenly, countless figures flew out from the Colosseum and formed a huge circle surrounding Lin Xian. "What's wrong? You've been exposed and now you're angry?" Lin Xian sneered. "Humph, brat, no matter what you say. Today is the day you die." Lung Yu roared ferociously. He had a stomach full of anger, and only by killing the other party could he vent his anger. Seeing this tense scene, the crowd of warriors frowned even more. Chapter 797. Seeing this tense scene, the crowd of martial artists frowned even more. This divine wind war beast castle was really too overbearing. Did they really think that ordinary martial artists were easy to bully? I think the fault doesn't lie with this young hero. Someone said, "Yes, I think the war beast castle should apologize." Another expert said, with someone taking the lead, these onlookers also became unyielding. One by one, they shouted angrily and loudly berated the war beast castle. The people of the war beast castle were dissatisfied at first and wanted to suppress them. However, they underestimated the power of the crowd. Although the individual strength of these martial artists was weak, when combined together, it was a powerful force. Rebel, all rebel. The middle-aged man was trembling with anger. Lung Yu clenched his fists and stared at Lin Xian. His eyes were full of murderous aura. It was all because of this hateful brat in front of him who ruined his perfect plan. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Feeling the murderous aura, Lin Xian turned his head and revealed a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. "You dare to make a move?" Damn it. Lung Yu's face was ashen. He really didn't have the confidence and didn't dare to make a move. The other party could easily break the defensive array. He was definitely a powerhouse. Even the elders of the family might not be able to do this. Lung Yu took a deep breath and said to the martial artists of the war beast castle beside him, "Kill him for me." "You want to kill him? First ask if we agree or not." Those martial artists in the crowd were angry and fought back. Each and every one of them looked agitated. "Apologize. You must apologize for this matter. If you dare to touch him, you will be our enemy." A group of people stood in front of Lin Xian and berated angrily. Lung Yu was stunned. He didn't understand why these people were so agitated. This matter had nothing to do with them. However, these martial artists who were usually timid were as if they were injected with chicken blood and refused to budge an inch. How could he know that this time the war beast castle's approach was too excessive? Not only did they target Lin Xian, but they also made these ordinary martial artists feel unsafe. If the war beast castle killed Lin Xian today, then the ones who would die tomorrow would be them. If they couldn't suppress the arrogant attitude of the war beast castle and bully martial artists, then their situation would be very dangerous in the future. That was why these people rose up in revolt. It could be said that this time the War Beast Castle not only touched the interests of Lin Xian, but also the interests of all the ordinary martial artists. Lan Yu was also afraid when she heard the angry shouts of the several hundred people. Her expression was extremely ugly. Chunda, on the other hand, was even more unbearable. He was so scared that he peed his pants and hid in a corner, not daring to come out. The middle-aged man from the War Beast Castle was so angry that his whole body was trembling. The scene in front of him was completely unexpected. He originally thought that there was no difficulty in killing a little thief, but from the looks of it now, it was impossible to implement. "Elder, what should we do?" a disciple of the War Beast Castle asked. "Retreat." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "Retreat." Once the order was given, those War Beast Castle's people retreated and confronted those excited people. "Little thief, I don't know what kind of demonic technique you have to be able to incite these people. But remember, the golden feathered divine eagle is a demonic beast on the earth ranking. It's not that easy to take it. If you return it now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Although you are fine today, but in the future." The middle-aged man threatened. Actually, his heart was bleeding. The reason why he was so furious was because his plan to curry favor with the Qin family had failed. Moreover, the golden feathered divine eagle was very precious. It was a demonic beast that was ranked 97th on the earth ranking. Any demonic beast that could enter the earth ranking was not an ordinary beast. And those that could enter the top 100 were even more rare and exotic beasts. This golden feathered divine eagle was ranked 97th on the earth ranking. Although it hadn't grown up, its potential was unlimited. It was also a treasure in their War Beast Castle. Originally, they wanted to bribe Chinda, but they didn't expect that Lin Xian would benefit from it. "You don't need to worry about whether I can keep it or not," Lin Xian said indifferently. "Humph, let's go." The middle-aged man's eyes were gloomy and cold. He waved his sleeve and brought a group of martial artists back to the War Beast Castle. However, he secretly decided that he would release the news of the golden feathered divine eagle. Even if he couldn't get it, he wouldn't let the other party get it. The people of the War Beast Castle left. The surrounding martial artists all cheered. Many of them congratulated Lin Xian. "Brother, you are too strong. You actually subdued the golden feathered divine eagle in one move." "That's nothing. The martial skill that broke the defensive formation in one sword move is more powerful. I'm afraid that even the elders of the War Beast Castle can't do it. May I ask which force brother is from?" Everyone started asking questions one after another. Lin Xian replied with a smile. He then said to everyone, "Thank you for your help just now. Let's go and have a drink." "Let's go." The group of people left in a grandiose manner. At the same time, the Divine Wind War Beast Castle used their power to spread the news of the golden feathered divine eagle. It immediately caused quite a stir. Many forces were jealous, especially those young martial artists. They were even more excited. This kind of demonic beast was still a cub. It was the best battle pet. If they could get it, it would be a great help in the future. Therefore, everyone moved and quickly looked for the golden feathered divine eagle in the city. On the other side, Lin Xian and the rest came to a restaurant. Everyone rushed in and filled the entire restaurant. Fortunately, this was a big restaurant. It was enough to accommodate everyone. Lin Xian and the rest ordered wine and dishes. They gathered together and drank to their heart's content. In the end, everyone drank to their heart's content and left. Lin Xian bid farewell to everyone and returned to the courtyard that he secretly rented. "Brother Xian, you are back." Yu Fei came out to welcome him. What is this? What a terrifying demonic beast." He felt the demonic aura on the other party's body. He immediately exclaimed, "Golden feathered divine eagle, a type of demonic beast. Let's talk inside," Lin Xian said. Then he entered the courtyard and told Yu Fei about what had happened. This Lung clan is really too much. Yu Fei was furious. Brother Xian, do you want to bring people here and destroy the Lung clan? No hurry. Lin Xian waved his hand. Now is not the time. The Wanxiang auction is getting closer, and there are more and more experts in the city. At this time, there should not be a big conflict. This auction is very important to me, so I can't lose it. Then we're just going to let it go. Yu Fei was unwilling to give up. Let it go? How is that possible? Lin Xian sneered. Wait until the auction is over, then we'll deal with them. Next, Lin Xian asked Yu Fei to secretly gather information about the Lung clan and the Huang clan. Only when he understood the other party's strength would he be able to make a move. Phew, this emperor is suffocating. The dark red divine dragon was like a loach as it quickly ran out of the demonic beast bag. At the same time, the snow-white little monkey came out. After they came out, they stared at the golden feathered divine eagle. Puff, puff, puff. The golden feathered divine eagle, who had its head held high and chest puffed out, trembled in fear when it saw the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey. It kept retreating. The aura of the two beasts made it instinctively afraid. Chapter 798. The golden-feathered divine eagle trembled as if it was about to kneel down. It's been a long time since I've eaten roasted eagle wings. The dragon was drooling. The golden-feathered divine eagle trembled even more and almost fainted. Wooji, Wooji the snow-white monkey jumped over and looked at it curiously. Then it jumped onto the eagle's body with a swoosh, looking very happy. However, the golden-feathered divine eagle was scared half to death. It crawled on the ground and didn't dare to move. All right, you two, stop scaring it. Lin Xian said helplessly. Stupid bird, listen carefully. You're our little brother in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll help you. The dragon waved its dragon claws and said. The golden-feathered divine eagle nodded carefully. It didn't have the heroic appearance from before. It was like a docile little chick. Next, Lin Xian rested for 2 days before he went out again. After putting the golden-feathered divine eagle into the demonic beast pouch, Lin Xian turned into a young scholar again. He waved the folding fan in his hand and appeared in the city. This time he went to a tea house and ordered a pot of spirit tea. He slowly tasted it. There were martial artists from all over the place gathered together and chatted with each other. I heard that there are many good things in this auction. There's even a half-earth rank treasure weapon. Of course, I heard that it's called the Lone Star Sword. Many swordsmen came this time for this treasure sword. Other than that, there was also a rare refining material like the Phoenix blood copper. Everyone was discussing excitedly. However, what they talked about the most was still the things in the city. Have you heard? A few days ago, someone caused a ruckus in the Divine Wind Warbeast Castle and won the golden-feathered divine eagle. Golden-feathered divine eagle? That strange beast that's ranked 97th on the Earth ranking? Someone was shocked. Yes, although it's a strange beast now, it'll definitely be terrifying when it grows up in the future. What's going on? Why is the Divine Wind Warbeast Castle willing to let such a strange beast out? It can't be helped. I heard that it's a young scholar who's very strong. Although his cultivation was suppressed, he still has the strength of a venerable. That's why he won the strange beast. Everyone was discussing fervently. I guess that scholar must be from some big power. He might be a genius-level character. Yeah, it's said that even the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy are no match for him. Many people began to guess the other party's identity. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, a loud sound echoed in the tea house like a bell and drum. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, as if he was right beside them. However, in the next moment, some people began to tremble because that voice became extremely demonic. It was as if a lightning hammer was smashing down on their hearts, making them tremble. Many of the weaker martial artists had flushed faces, as if they had suffered internal injuries. Soon, there was a voice at the top of the stairs. This was a youth dressed in red. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were long and narrow. They were extremely bright, like sword radiance, incomparably fierce. He was like a sword god standing there, giving people a sense of oppression. What genius, scholar! That's because he hasn't seen me yet. If he sees me, I'll suppress him with one hand. This young man had a handsome face and a tall and straight figure, but his words were very sharp, causing people to frown. Behind him, there were 6 beautiful women. Each of them held a sword in their arms. Some were simple and unadorned, while others were luxurious. Obviously, these 6 swords were all famed swords. At this moment, an oval-faced girl walked out from behind. She came to the nearest table and said coldly, "My young master has requisitioned this table. Leave quickly." The girl's voice was cold. Then she threw out a bag of spirit stones. "Fuck, what do you think we are? Beggars? Do you really think we're pushovers?" Those people were originally the heroes of the pugilistic world, so they were naturally furious when they encountered such a situation. Clang! Clang! A few of them unsheathed their swords, looking at the oval-faced girl with ferocious eyes. "You overestimate yourselves," the oval-faced girl sneered. Then she waved her jade-like hand, striking a series of mysterious palm shadows in the air. They were like floating lights, extremely mysterious and profound. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the 3 people in front of the table screamed and flew out of the window. The whole process was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the table was emptied. Then, another 2 young men came from behind. They formed a seal with their hands, forming a cloud of mist to clean the entire table. Then they took out a handkerchief and wiped it carefully. "Young master, please take a seat." Mm. The red-clothed young man grunted, then slowly sat down. The 6 girls began to get busy. One took out spirit tea, one took out spirit liquid, and one took out a good purple teapot to brew tea. The teapot wasn't big, but it emitted a purple light. It was actually a treasure. Looking at the extravagant and domineering red-clothed young man, many people's eyelids twitched. Needless to say, this was another genius from a large faction. Lin Xian sat in the corner and looked at this scene, frowning slightly. He didn't expect to see this group of people again. The red-clothed young man's ostentation shocked many people, but there were some who were unconvinced. They sneered, "You're too arrogant." As far as I know, there are very few martial artists in the spirit-detecting realm who can exert the strength of an exalt. That scholar is definitely a genius. I don't know what ability you have to say such words. How dare you speak to my young master like that? The oval-faced girl, Qian Qian, shouted coldly. "What am I wrong?" The martial artist sneered. "Do you think you're strong just because you're ostentatious?" "Humph." The red-clothed young man snorted coldly. It was like a clap of thunder, causing many people's blood to boil, especially the martial artist who spoke. His body was trembling, and his face was full of shock. "It's just a cross-level battle. What's the big deal? You're really a frog at the bottom of a well. I could have easily won a battle like this 3 years ago. Now one hand is enough to beat him." The red-clothed young man was very confident and domineering. "What big words! That scholar is very young. He seems to be less than 20 years old, and his strength is probably at the 2nd level of the venerable realm. He's not invincible among the younger generation, but he's probably a top expert. How can you suppress such a person? Ignorant, how can you guess my strength?" The red-clothed young man, Hong Wuji, said disdainfully, "I can suppress a 2nd-level venerable realm cultivator." Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the red-clothed young man, it didn't seem like he was pretending. Could it be that he really had such ability? "May I ask which faction you're from?" someone asked. Trash, like you don't deserve to know, the red-clothed young man said arrogantly. You. That person was furious, and his face turned green and red. Obviously, he didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant and humiliate him in front of his face. What big words at such a young age! You should know that only geniuses who grow up will be strong in the future. An old man snorted. He was very dissatisfied with the red-clothed young man's attitude. You don't have the right to judge whether I can grow up or not, Hong Wuji said disdainfully. But I know that at least I won't be like you, living for so long and only being a first-level Venerable Realm cultivator. Chapter 799. Hong Wuji's words made the old man tremble in anger. He had lived for 200 years, but his cultivation was only at first-level Honorable Realm. That was indeed his pain. But now it was actually exposed in public. This was a slap to his face. Moreover, it was an arrogant junior. Humph! Let me see what right you have to be arrogant. The old man snorted and stretched out his palm. It formed a mountain and pressed down quickly. The entire space cracked as if it was about to split open. The mountain formed by the palm was real and terrifying. Its power was even heavier than the real mountain. Thousands of waves surged and pressed down on Hong Wuji. Clown, I'll let you know what it means to be a young genius. Hong Wuji sneered. He sat there and continued to drink tea, but his left hand was like a sword and stabbed upward. A ray of sword chi was as bright as a divine light. It was sharp and terrifying and instantly slashed the mountain. Crack, crack, crack. A low rumbling sound spread out. Countless cracks appeared on the huge, mountain-like palm, and they rapidly spread out like a python web. Bang! In the end, the mountain exploded and turned into spiritual chi and disappeared. The old man grunted and took a few steps back. His face was full of shock. His right palm had been deformed and blood kept flowing out. It was as if he had been injured by a divine sword. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. A casual attack had seriously injured a first-level Honorable Realm. The strength of the young man in red was too terrifying. He was at least a second-level Honorable Realm, or even stronger. Now, do you believe that I can suppress any scholar with one hand? Hong Wuji said confidently. This guy is really arrogant. The dark red dragon in his sleeve was angry. Kid, I can't take it anymore. Its body changed shape and turned into a palm-sized snake. It quickly slithered out. You're really shameless. You think you're invincible after injuring a first-level Honorable Realm? A disdainful voice was heard. I think you're the frog at the bottom of the well. Everyone was shocked. The young man in red had already proven his strength. Now that he dared to speak rudely to him, he must be an expert. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in blue drinking tea alone with his back facing them. Although it was only his back view, his calm and steady aura showed that he was extraordinary. Injuring a first heaven Venerable Realm cultivator is nothing. It's just that there aren't any more powerful cultivators here. Otherwise, we could all suppress them together. Hong Wuji was still as arrogant as ever. As for you, if you're not convinced, then feel free to attack. I will let you know the definition of a genius. Insolent, too insolent. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. This guy was really arrogant. He really wanted to walk over and kick him in the face. The dark red dragon coiled around Lin Xian's hair held in anger. Fuck, you're pissing me off. Despite living for so long, he had never seen such an arrogant fellow before. At this moment, someone asked, May I know your name? This was a young man who had also reached the first level of the Honorable Realm. Furthermore, he was at the peak of the first level of the Honorable Realm. It could be said that he was also a young genius. Yes, you are qualified to know. The red-clothed young man nodded slightly. Remember my name, Hong Wuji. Hong Wuji. Is he from the Red Leaf Valley? Everyone was shocked, but they soon understood. No wonder he's so arrogant and powerful. He's from the Red Leaf Valley. At the same time, everyone was even more shocked. A First Heaven Venerable Realm cultivator was only qualified to know his name. How powerful was this red-clothed young man? Hongwuji? The dark red dragon snorted coldly. Never heard of him. As for the Red Leaf Valley, I don't even know about it. Judging from the name, could it be some kind of tourist attraction? Hey, red-clothed young man, how much is the ticket to your house? A mocking and teasing voice echoed in the tea house. The voice was strange, but no one dared to laugh. Someone actually dared to joke about the Red Leaf Valley. He was really arrogant. As expected, Hongwuji's face darkened as soon as he said that. His entire body emitted a terrifying, murderous aura. Countless sword lights formed in the air, densely packed and filling the entire space. The terrifying aura made people's scalps tingle and tremble. The maid also shouted angrily, "How dare you insult the Red Leaf Valley? You're courting death." The oval-faced girl and the round-faced girl dashed out at the same time. Their bodies were like lightning as they rushed toward Lin Xian. The aura on their bodies was powerful and carried the power of their martial souls. Everyone was shocked. They thought that the 6 girls were ordinary maids, but they didn't expect them to be martial arts experts. Their cultivation had definitely reached the First Heaven Venerable realm. The red-clothed young man was really generous to have 6 First Heaven Venerables as his maids. In an instant, the 2 girls arrived behind Lin Xian. They waved their jade-like hands, striking out a dazzling palm shadow. The terrifying aura made people tremble. However, Lin Xian didn't turn around. He struck back, and his terrifying spiritual energy turned into a golden mountain and pushed it out quickly. The void trembled as if thousands of beasts were galloping. The terrifying golden mountain carried a huge force and collided with the countless palm shadows. The attack made the entire tea house tremble as if it was about to split open. There were countless experts in Wind-Seeking City. The owner of the tea house was also a martial arts expert, so he naturally had defensive measures. Rays of colorful light surged out and quickly formed a defense to protect the tea house. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and looked up to watch the battle. The Golden Mountain was extremely powerful. It was like a giant beast that had appeared. The terrifying and mysterious palm shadow struck it, but it didn't have any effect. Instead, the rebounding force scattered the palm shadows that filled the sky. In an instant, the oval-faced girl and the round-faced girl were pushed back by a huge force. Bang! Bang! The 2 of them kept retreating. Every step they took could crack the ground. However, at this time, a complicated pattern appeared on the ground, forming a screen of light. The terrifying force was negated, and the entire tea house was preserved. The oval-faced girl and the round-faced girl stopped with difficulty. Then they looked up, their eyes full of shock. Although they were just maids, they were definitely First Heaven Venerables in terms of strength. Moreover, they were the strongest First Heaven Venerables. The 2 girls combined could fight against a Second Heaven Venerable Realm expert, but they couldn't even block a single attack. It was simply too hard to be confident. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Originally, they were mourning for that person, but they didn't expect that person didn't even move his body. He only used a backhand attack to push back 2 experts. Now, they couldn't even see his face. They could only see his back. However, his back was like a boundless mountain that they could only look up to. Set up the sword formation. The oval-faced girl and the round-faced girl wanted to join forces with the other 6 to set up the sword formation. Chapter 800. At this moment, the 6 girls pulled out their swords from their waists and quickly formed a sword array, which quickly enveloped Yishuan. Lin Xian's expression darkened as well. He had held back in that attack just now. However, the other party did not repent and even gathered 6 people to form a sword formation to kill him. Did they really think that he was a pushover? The dark red dragon also roared, 6 little girls, how shameless. Are you trying to bully me with numbers? Come, come, come. I'll keep you company. If you can make this emperor turn around, then it's your win. The voice was very strange, like the roar of a 1,000-year-old demon. It made one's scalp tingle. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. This ruffian dragon was too provocative, but he did not stop it. The other party was so arrogant, saying that they would suppress him with one hand. How arrogant! Even a clay figurine had a temper, not to mention that Lin Xian was not someone who would be bullied. So this time he planned to knock down the other party and put out the arrogance of the Red Leaf Valley. You're courting death. When the 6 girls heard the dark red dragon's mockery, their faces darkened and their delicate bodies trembled. Of course, they did not notice the dark red dragon's existence, so they could only vent their anger on Lin Xian. The 6 girls swayed, and like divine light, they quickly shot out 6 beams of sword qi, slashing toward Lin Xian. The 6 beams of sword qi were extremely sharp, like divine light in the sky, shining with a terrifying light. Everyone gasped. This attack was too terrifying, and it could definitely split mountains and rivers. Even a second-level venerable could not block it. However, Lin Xian still did not turn around. He formed a seal with his right hand and quickly swept it out, drawing an arc in the air. Seal of mountains and rivers. He had the dragon sword soul, which could simulate all offensive saint techniques. This seal of mountains and rivers was stimulated by the power of the dragon sword soul. The air fluctuated like a scroll rolling, forming a huge golden mountain. It spun out and suppressed the surroundings. Boom! The golden mountain fell, and the terrifying power sent the 6 beams of sword qi flying. Humph! Seeing that the sword qi was shattered, the oval-faced girl snorted coldly and led the 5 to attack again. The sword qi flashed and formed a green lotus in the air, quickly falling down. The terrifying green lotus sword qi slashed at the golden mountain peak and actually cracked it. However, the next moment, a silver river swept across the void, and a gentle force cleverly dispelled the sword qi. The silver river flashed, and a hazy mist in the void, like a dream, enveloping Lin Xian. This Milky Way was very strange. It stood in the void, giving people the feeling that it was so close yet so far away. The oval-faced girl gritted her teeth as shock appeared in her eyes. Their green lotus sword formation was extremely powerful. Even a second-level honorable realm cultivator would not be a match for the 6 of them, and they did not even have the right to make him turn around. Green lotus sky! The oval-faced girl shouted, then quickly turned. The 6 of them were like ghosts flying through the air at high speed. 6 streaks of sword qi condensed into the shape of a green lotus in the air, instantly tearing the void apart. 36 streaks of sword qi filled the sky, emitting a terrifying aura that stirred up the wind and clouds in all directions. Slash! With a shout, the 6 girls carried the green lotus sword qi and formed the green lotus in the sky. The green lotus spun quickly and cooperated with each other to form a huge green lotus, quickly suppressing down. The entire tea house shook again, and creaking sounds could be heard. Countless transparent inscriptions surged in the surroundings, forming a light barrier. The surrounding martial artists quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the green lotus sword qi. It was too terrifying. Just the aftershock was enough to make their hearts tremble, and they felt as if they were being torn apart. One could imagine how much pressure the young man in the middle was under. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not intend to be in a stalemate any longer. The great dragon sword soul surged and quickly poured into the golden mountain in the sky. The huge golden mountain spun quickly and became more solid. Mysterious inscriptions appeared on it, forming a mysterious force. In the next moment, the void exploded. The golden mountain was like a demonic mountain, quickly suppressing down and violently colliding with the green lotus sword qi. When the two collided, a violent air current swept out in all directions. The tables, chairs, and windows were instantly turned into powder. More energy collided with the energy barrier, causing it to vibrate violently. It was really terrifying. Crack, crack, crack. The green lotus, soared chi in the sky, could not hold on any longer and shattered like glass. The 6 girls were terrified. Blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths, and their delicate bodies flew out and fell to the ground. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and put away the golden mountain and the silver river in the sky. He picked up a cup of spiritual tea and took a sip. His back was still facing the crowd. Hong Wuji frowned even more. His opponent could easily break the green lotus sword array, so he was definitely a powerful martial artist. "Who are you?" he asked coldly. "Ha, red-robed kid, you don't have the right to know." Before Lin Xian could speak, the dark red dragon had already roared out. As soon as the words came out, Hong Wuji's face darkened, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. In the void, tens of thousands of sword chi appeared, and the terrifying aura was like a violent tsunami, shocking everyone. Sun Moon Seal. Lin Xian formed another seal, and a sun appeared. The void vibrated, and a red sun was formed. It was extremely dazzling, just like a real sun. The bright sunlight also turned into tens of thousands of golden swords, piercing out fiercely. Dang dang! Bam! Bam! The 2 types of sword chi clashed in the void, causing a huge crack to appear in the void. It was a shocking and terrifying sight. In the end, the 2 types of sword chi disappeared at the same time, and they turned into spiritual chi. He withstood it. The crowd was shocked. They had not expected the young man to withstand Hong Wuji's attack. This was unbelievable. Hong Wuji had injured a martial artist at the peak of first-level honorable realm with a casual attack. This meant that Hong Wuji's strength was above that of a second-level honorable realm, or even stronger. Now, the young man with the back view had also displayed powerful strength, and it seemed that he was not weaker than Hong Wuji. This young man is also a supreme talent. I wonder which superpower he is from. The crowd was shocked. They were not unfamiliar with this situation. After all, the Vientiane auction had attracted many supreme talents, and countless powerful martial artists would enter Windy City. However, they had not expected 2 supreme talents to fight so quickly. "Who are you?" Hong Wuji's voice was cold, and his expression was solemn. The fact that the young man could withstand his attack meant that he was not an ordinary person, and his strength was at least on par with Hong Wuji's. This person was definitely not a nameless person. As long as you have the ability to turn me around, you will naturally know who I am. Lin Xian said flatly. "You are courting death." Hong Wuji's eyes darkened, and he was ready to attack again. However, at this moment, a crisp laughter rang out like wind chimes, and it rang in the void. "Aya, it's so lively here." A gentle voice rang out, causing the hearts of those who heard it to tremble. Many people raised their heads to look. Chapter 801. She was an extremely flirtatious lady. She wore a fiery red dress, and her chest revealed her snow-white flesh. Her slender legs were faintly discernible under the veil. Her peach blossom eyes were captivating, as if they could mesmerize anyone. There was also a faint layer of crimson radiance on her delicate body that enveloped her. She was like a demoness. Huang Xiaoxiao. Everyone's heart trembled. She was a disciple of the Huang family and a top genius among the younger generation of the Huang family. She was extremely famous in Wind-Seeking City. Many people swallowed their saliva and forcefully shifted their gazes away. They had no choice. Although Huang Xiaoxiao was flirtatious, she was vicious and merciless. She was definitely a ruthless character. Moreover, this lady's cultivation was at least a second-level honorable. She was extremely powerful, and was the reason why no one dared to provoke her. Huang Xiaoxiao's gaze turned and quickly swept past the crowd. Then she looked at the figure with his back facing the crowd, and a glimmer of brilliance appeared in her beautiful eyes. Huang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes looked at the figure with his back facing the crowd and revealed a trace of surprise. She realized that she could not see the cultivation of the other party clearly. If she looked carefully, there was a mysterious force that blocked her view. She had never encountered such a situation before, so she took a few more glances. However, in the end, she placed her gaze on Hong Wuji. It was clear that he was more interested in the young master of Red Leaf Valley than the others. I've long heard of the great name of the Red Leaf Valley. After meeting you today, the disciples of the Red Leaf Valley are indeed extraordinary. Huang Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Who are you? Hong Wuji asked in a deep voice. He could naturally feel the powerful aura from the other party. I'm Huang Xiaoxiao. Huang Xiaoxiao smiled charmingly, and her voice was pleasant to the ears. Many people's blood boiled and their bodies heated up. You're also here for the white-robed scholar? Hong Wuji asked coldly. I'm not interested in the white-robed scholar. I'm more interested in the golden-feathered divine eagle in his hands. In that case, you're going to fight with me? Hong Wuji's eyes darkened. You're thinking too much. Huang Xiaoxiao smiled. How would I dare to fight with you? However, the young master of the Red Leaf Valley will definitely not be interested in the golden-feathered divine eagle. How about giving it to me? The two of them chatted as if the white-clothed scholar and the golden-feathered divine eagle were already fish on their chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. The dark-red divine dragon was sick of hearing this. He sent a voice transmission and said, Fuck, this is infuriating. Kid, are you still not going to make a move? These fellows are too despicable. They don't put you in their eyes at all. This emperor has a toothache, just looking at it. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. He also transmitted his voice. Don't be hasty. Now is not the time to act. If we're going to play this time, let's play big. Wouldn't it be better to shock everyone? Fuck, this kid has guts. I like it. The dark red dragon narrowed its eyes, ready to watch a good show. Dong, dong, dong. Another powerful voice rang out. Needless to say, another expert had arrived. Sure enough, it didn't take long before another figure appeared at the staircase. He was dressed in yellow and had a handsome face. His temperament was extraordinary. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a sharp glint in them. So it's Brother Lung Feng. I didn't expect you to be here too. Huang Xiaoxiao chuckled softly. This young man was also a young expert from Wind-Seeking City. His cultivation had reached the second heaven of the honorable realm. He was also a top expert among the younger generation of the Lung family. He was much stronger than Lung Yu. It seems that everyone is here for the golden-feathered, mystical eagle. Lung Feng directly said what everyone was concerned about. That white-robed scholar insulted our Lung family's war beast castle and even took away our mystical beast by force. So this time I must kill him and bring the mystical beast back. Lung Feng's voice was cold, and there was a strong murderous intent in his words. It seemed that he wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal. The dark red divine dragon was overjoyed. Another expert had arrived. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch this time. Hong Wuji looked at Lung Feng with a solemn look in his eyes. However, he still said in a deep voice, no matter how many people come, the white-robed scholar is mine. I want to suppress him with my own hands. His voice was filled with infinite confidence. Fuck, this kid is too arrogant. Even I want to beat him up. The dark red divine dragon was furious. Lin Xian also frowned. This guy was really arrogant. He didn't take him seriously at all. It seemed that he had to find a chance to teach him a lesson. At this moment, Huang Xiaoxiao sighed. However, it seems that the white-robed scholar doesn't dare to come out. Otherwise, with our power, we would have found him long ago. Humph! Useless trash. So many people admire him. What a joke! Lung Feng sneered in disdain. If he dares to come out, I'll kill him with a slash. Most legends can't be trusted. What genius scholar? In my eyes, he's just an ant. Hong Wuji sneered. He got the golden-feathered, mystical eagle by pure luck. If any of us were here, he wouldn't have succeeded that day. The three of them talked among themselves and didn't take the white-robed scholar seriously at all. However, the discussion of the three of them caused many people to be unhappy. They were all cultivators who saw the white-robed scholar with their own eyes. That scene was unforgettable. Since then, many people treated the white-robed scholar as their idol. But now, there was actually someone who dared to ridicule their idol. These people were so angry that they were trembling. Although you guys are strong, that white-robed scholar isn't weak either. His strength is comparable to yours. It's impossible for any of you to win against him alone. That's right. I saw with my own eyes that he easily destroyed the blue array of the Lung clan's war beast castle with a single move. This kind of method definitely surpasses those elders. Many people spoke of what they saw. For a moment, everyone was discussing and felt that this white-robed young man could indeed be called a genius. That day, even the disciples of the immortal martial academy weren't his match. How can someone like him be weak? A cute girl with big eyes said, "Who dares to insult the reputation of my immortal martial academy?" At this moment, a cold voice rang out. It was like a sharp blade shaking the void. Following that, a light flashed and a black figure appeared in the tea house. This was a tall man with a cold expression. He was like a fiend god standing in the middle of the square. He didn't make any movements, but the aura he emitted was like a primordial beast, intimidating everyone. Expert, an absolute expert. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that another young expert would appear at this moment. The eyes of this fiend godlike, black-robed young man were like lightning as he swept his gaze around. Finally, he stared at the cute girl with big eyes. "Are you the one who insulted the reputation of my immortal martial academy?" His voice was cold and sharp. Even the air was sliced apart mercilessly. Chapter 802. The big-eyed girl's body trembled slightly. Her fair face was filled with fear. However, she still stubbornly said, "I saw it with my own eyes. That white-robed scholar defeated a disciple of your immortal martial academy." "A bunch of nonsense." The black-robed young man coldly snorted. Instantly, the surrounding tables, chairs, and windows turned into dust, causing the defensive light screen to tremble. Boom! The terrifying sound wave was like a sharp spear, rapidly piercing towards the adorable girl. This attack was extremely terrifying, capable of tearing apart mountains and rivers. If she was hit by it, the adorable girl with big eyes would instantly die. Everyone was shocked. The terrifying shock waves from the attack sent them flying. No one dared to step forward. In an instant, the formless sound wave spear arrived before the adorable girl and was about to pierce her. The adorable girl with big eyes was so frightened that her face turned pale. She sat on the ground, paralyzed, and tears appeared in her eyes. She looked extremely pitiful. In the end, she screamed and closed her eyes. Bang! A low sound rang out, like thunder exploding in the air. A raging wind blew, blowing on everyone's body, causing them to feel pain. Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly turned their heads and exclaimed in shock. That formless sound wave spear didn't pierce the adorable girl. Instead, it was blocked by a cold moon. The two of them were in a stalemate. The adorable girl, Vivian, opened her eyes and was stunned when she saw the scene before her. She originally thought that she would die without a doubt. She didn't expect that someone would save her at the last moment. Everyone was stunned, incomparably shocked. They didn't expect that someone would save her at the last moment. Huang Xiaoxiao and the others were also stunned. She originally wanted to watch a good show, but she didn't expect that someone would forcefully interrupt her. Hong Wuji also frowned. He stared at the figure with his back facing the crowd, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The black-robed young man was the most infuriated. He came here this time to clear the name of the Academy. As a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy, he wouldn't allow anyone to sully the Academy's reputation. Hence, he didn't hold back in that attack earlier. He wanted to use fresh blood to intimidate everyone. However, he didn't expect that someone would actually dare to obstruct him. In his opinion, this was unforgivable. Who dares to obstruct me? Scram out. The black-robed young man's voice was ice-cold, his words like thunder. You can't even tell who did it. What's there to be arrogant about? The dark red divine dragon sneered. He couldn't stand such behavior of bullying the weak. Hiding your head, but showing your tail, I can tell at a glance that you're a cowardly rat. The black-clothed youth remained unmoved, and his cold gaze once again stared at the cute girl. Daring to sully the reputation of the Immortal Martial Academy, you can only atone for your crimes with your death. The cute girl's body trembled and curled into a ball like a kitten. Her large eyes were filled with terror, and her entire body was trembling nonstop. Lin Xian coldly snorted. His expression was abnormally cold, and a hint of killing intent surfaced in his eyes. If the other party was targeting him, then he had nothing to say. However, the other party had bullied a weak girl right from the start, and even wanted to kill her? He didn't dare to do that. Could it be that just because the girl spoke the truth, she had to suffer the punishment of death? Lin Xian could not bear it. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Moreover, this young girl had said it to protect him. Lin Xian couldn't just sit back and watch. If someone died because of him, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. Hence, Lin Xian decided to act and save the cute girl. With a wave of his sleeves, a formless energy gushed out, transforming into a formless ribbon that enveloped the cute girl and pulled her back, courting death. The black-clothed youth was enraged. There was actually someone who dared to touch the person he wanted to kill. He coldly laughed and pointed out a finger. Light revolved around the tip of his finger, resembling divine light as it rapidly flew out. Xiao! This finger was aimed at the cute girl's heart. If she was pierced by it, she would most likely die immediately. Lin Xian's expression was gloomy. The other party actually wanted to kill a weak girl, one after another. Did they have no humanity at all? He formed seals with his palms and quickly blasted them out. Spiritual energy gushed out, and a resplendent silver river, akin to 3,000 waterfalls, hung upside down in the air. A resplendent ray of light intercepted the finger beam. Other than that, it rapidly enveloped the cute girl, protecting her safety. Pum! A shocking sound rang out once again. The resplendent finger beam collided with the silver river, creating a frenzy of energy. On the other side, the cute girl safely arrived at Lin Xian's side. You blocked it. The black-clothed youth's expression was gloomy as he blasted out another finger beam. The light was as resplendent as the stars. The power of this finger beam was several times stronger than before. The finger beam flickered like a dragon, roaring ferociously out of the sea as it rapidly rampaged through the air. Lin Xian still blasted out the seal of sun and moon. A silver moon hung in the air and rotated gently. The moonlight flowed like water waves, quickly strangling the dragon. The terrifying energy of the finger beam was vast. It transformed into a dragon that roared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, tearing the void apart. The silver moon vibrated and moonlight sprinkled down like a piece of silver light, sparkling and translucent. The collision of the two produced a sonorous sound that shook one's soul. However, no matter how the dragon roared ferociously, it could not break free from the shackles of the moonlight. Not only that, the more it struggled, the tighter the belt of light formed by the moonlight became. In the end, it completely wrapped around the dragon. The cold moonlight was like a transparent ribbon, destroying the dragon. What? It's destroyed! The black-clothed youth's pupils constricted. He knew the power of this attack. It was terrifying, but it was easily destroyed by the other party. For a moment he found it hard to accept. Huang Xiaoxiao, Lung Feng, and the others frowned as they stared at the back of the figure. This person's strength was far beyond their expectations. The black-clothed youth took a deep breath and his eyes turned gloomy. "Brat, how dare you meddle in my business? You're dead meat." His eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, a powerful aura burst out from his body. He swung his fist rapidly and punched at Lin Xian. Crack, crack, crack. The space trembled as if it was about to split open. A powerful force surged out like an archaean ferocious beast, pouncing ferociously. In the air, the bright moon rotated again. The moonlight was like a sword beam, sweeping in all directions and quickly slashing at the fist. Dong, dong, dong. The two collided. The terrifying force of the fist was so great that it scattered the moonlight. However, more moonlight surged over like water ripples, densely packed and blotting out the sky. All of them quickly slashed at the fist. Thousands of rays of moonlight gathered to form a moonlight divine sword that swept in all directions. In the end, the terrifying fist could not withstand it and was sent flying. The black-clothed youth also took 3 steps back with a look of shock on his face. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too terrifying. Huang Xiaoxiao, Lung Feng, and the others frowned even more. The black-clothed martial artist's strength was on par with theirs. However, he could not defeat a young man with his back facing them. This made the two of them uneasy. If that was the case, the two of them were no match for him. "Who are you? Why are you meddling in my business?" The youth's face was ugly. Chapter 803. Immortal Martial Academy. Lin Xian sneered. "Do you think you can represent the academy? Don't flatter yourself. If the Immortal Martial Academy was filled with scum like you, it would have closed down a long time ago, using the academy's name to bully the weak. How shameless!" "You!" Hearing this, the black-robed young man was speechless and trembled with anger. Beside him, the cute girl with big eyes looked at Lin Xian in shock. Her long eyelashes trembled and her eyes were filled with excitement. She wanted to exclaim, "Sure." Lin Xian shook his head lightly, indicating for her not to speak. The girl with big eyes nodded her head fervently, then sat down beside Lin Xian, her face full of excitement. Young master is really skilled. I'm impressed." Huang Xiaoxiao smiled. "May I know how to address you, and where are you from?" Then she smiled and said, "Why don't you give me some face and stop fighting?" The black-robed young man snorted coldly, his eyes cold, but he didn't speak. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. "Do I know you? Why should I give you face?" Hearing this, Huang Xiaoxiao's charming face froze. She couldn't believe what she just heard. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed in shock, their minds blank. After being in Wenfeng City for so long, no one dared to not give Huang Xiaoxiao face. Moreover, an unknown young man actually dared to scold her to her face. Thinking of this, her flirtatious face turned gloomy. This little brother's temper is really bad. I don't know what capabilities he has to speak like this. Huang Xiaoxiao's voice was cold. You should know that some words spoken will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Beside her, Lung Feng also stood out. Brat, you're really arrogant. Seems like you're not going to give us face. Who do you think you are? You don't deserve face. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Previously, these people mocked him mercilessly and treated him like a fish on a chopping board. How could he be nice to them now? Moreover, Lin Xian didn't have a good impression of the Huang and Lung clans. Not attacking them immediately was already giving them a lot of face. Now, these people still wanted to worm their way into his relationship. Was this even possible? The surrounding people were so shocked that their minds went blank. This young man was too valiant. He actually scolded the young top experts of the Lung and Huang families at the same time. Did he not want to live anymore? You're courting death. Lung Feng's face darkened as killing intent filled his eyes. Huang Xiaoxiao's face was also taut as she said softly, "Let me see what makes you so arrogant." Lin Xian and Lin Xian were like two streaks of starlight, moving at incredible speed. In an instant, they arrived in front of Lin Xian. Huang Xiaoxiao used a pair of short swords that were like the fangs of a viper. They were dark green and ghastly, and they carried dense poison. Even an Exalt realm martial artist would be poisoned if they encountered them. Surrounded by green light and thin mist, it quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. It was extremely dangerous. On the other side, Lung Feng also attacked, his killing intent shocking. He used a scimitar that was shaped like a crescent moon. It drew an astonishing arc as it slashed towards Lin Xian's neck. Boundless killing intent erupted like a river of stars pouring down. It was extremely cold. Along with the cold blade, all of it surged towards Lin Xian. The attacks of the two experts were extremely fierce. Even a second-rank Exalt would be severely injured in an instant. Therefore, they were confident that they could take down Lin Xian immediately. Lin Xian formed seals with both hands. He used the Mountain River seal in his left hand and the Sun Moon seal in his right hand. He struck out with both hands at the same time. Boom! The void trembled as a silver river hung in the sky like a divine river, blocking the dark green poison outside. At the same time, the golden mountain spun and blazed with divine light. It rushed into the clouds and smashed towards Huang Xiaoxiao with terrifying force. On the other side, the cold moonlight formed invisible ribbons that quickly wrapped around the opponent. The dazzling sun evolved into countless flaming divine swords that pierced through the void. Every sword light carried with it a fiery glow, burning everything in its path. Boom! There was a shocking explosion as Lin Xian fought against two opponents by himself. Whoosh! Boom! Along with the terrifying sound, the crowd saw two figures retreat from the energy tide. It was Huang Xiaoxiao and Lung Feng. What? He repelled them. Everyone was shocked. That mysterious young man had actually repelled two young experts by himself? This was too shocking. Huang Xiaoxiao and Lung Feng were even more shocked. They could easily kill a second-rank Exalt if they joined forces, but they were repelled at this moment. Could he be a third-rank Exalt? The two of them were shocked when they thought of this. However, the two of them quickly shook their heads. If he was a third-rank Exalt, they would not only be repelled, but they would also be severely injured. Even so, the two of them were still very wary of him. The two of them looked at each other and wanted to attack again. However, at this moment, a cold light suddenly appeared and stabbed towards Lin Xian. This unforeseen event was extremely shocking, causing everyone to cry out in alarm. In fact, from the moment Lin Xian attacked to the moment Huang Xiaoxiao and Lung Feng were repelled, only an instant had passed. The cold light in the void also appeared in an instant. This cold light was shocking, and as fast as lightning, it arrived in front of them in an instant. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see it clearly. Only Hong Wuji and a few other experts could see it clearly. It was a thin sword that was only 2 fingers wide and 1 meter long. It was like a cold light that pierced towards Lin Xian's back. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A sneak attack? He wasn't afraid. However, he despised the other party's actions. He felt that such a person wasn't worthy of being a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. That's right, the person who suddenly attacked was the black-robed young man who claimed to be from the Immortal Martial Academy. He couldn't defeat Lin Xian and could only think of such a sinister attack. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. Boom! In the next moment, a bloody light spread out behind Lin Xian as a terrifying and violent aura erupted. The void was dyed red as a sea of blood appeared, carrying an aura that could kill everything as it blasted out in all directions. Pooh! The sea of blood surged, forming a wave that slammed onto the black-robed young man, sending him flying. This wasn't the end. Within the sea of blood, a blood sword condensed and stood in the void before slashing down. The black-robed young man was sent flying, feeling as if all the bones in his body had cracked. However, before he could recover, a bloody sword light rushed towards him. That sword light was too terrifying, and the killing aura on it was shocking. Before the sword chi arrived, the aura was already enough to make people tremble. Not good. His expression changed drastically as fear appeared in his eyes. In his current state, he wouldn't be able to withstand this sword. Gritting his teeth, the black-robed young man used a life-saving martial technique. A black light appeared under his feet and suddenly erupted, causing his speed to increase explosively. Only then did he manage to dodge the sword. Huff! Huff! The black-robed young man moved to the side, panting heavily. Although it was only a few moves, it was as if he had experienced the cycle of life and death. Let's attack together. I don't believe that the three of us can't take him down. Chapter 804. Let's attack together. The three of us will kill him. Huang Xiaoxiao shouted and moved quickly. Lan Feng followed behind and gripped the crescent blade in his hand tightly. The young man in black gritted his teeth and attacked as well. He had to kill his opponent to prove himself. Otherwise, today's battle would become his inner demon and obstruct his future path in the martial Tao. The three of them attacked Lin Xian from 3 different directions. Everyone held their breaths and watched with wide eyes. This was a scene that they would never see again. Hong Wuji's expression was similarly solemn. These 3 people were all second-level venerables, and each of them was extremely powerful and could suppress an entire region. Now that the 3 of them had joined forces, their aura was absolutely terrifying. Even he was not confident of winning. Hence, in his opinion, Lin Xian would not be able to handle it. Lin Xian frowned. The 3 second-level honorables had indeed given him a lot of pressure. However, since he had chosen to attack, he did not plan to lose. Not only that, but he also wanted to teach this person a lesson. In the next instant, he reached out his hand and grabbed the blood sword in the sky. He then swept it out. Boom! The blood sword chi surged and drew an arc in the sky. It carried a violent, murderous aura and tore the void apart. The power of this sword was terrifying. Its murderous aura was shocking and surging like a vast ocean. Lin Xian's combat power was shocking. When he swung his sword, the entire space turned blood red. Boom! The blood sword chi finally collided with the 3 of them, and the energy exploded instantly. The tea house was protected by a powerful array and was not damaged. However, everything in the tea house was turned into ashes. Some of the weaker martial artists were swept by the energy shock waves and immediately vomited blood. He blocked it again. Hong Wuji's sword chi surrounded him and shattered the energy around him. Hence, he continued to sit there. However, his expression was not very good. That was because he realized that Lin Xian had blocked the 3 of them. Huang Xiaoxiao and the other 2 looked even worse. They were all shocked and could not believe it. The other party was actually able to contend against them all by himself? Perhaps even those powerful older generation ancient martial art practitioners would not be able to do so. Were they shocked? Lin Xian sneered. You think you are strong, but you are just frogs at the bottom of a well. Then he swung his sword again and turned around at the same time. Sky-splitting blood sword. This sword came from the inheritance of the blood-colored killing sword in the Kingstone statue. Bang! The 3 of them were sent flying by the sword, and the entire space was annihilated. Shock, absolute shock. Everyone was shocked by the mysterious youth's battle prowess, but they were also very curious about what he looked like. Therefore, many people looked over with rapt attention. Even Huang Xiaoxiao and the other 2, who had retreated far away, looked up. Then someone exclaimed, What? It's him, the genius scholar. It's him. I told you that scholar is definitely a genius. Haha, I was right. Many people in the crowd cheered excitedly. As for Huang Xiao and the other two, their expressions became extremely ugly. From the discussions of the crowd, they had already understood that this mysterious expert was the scholar they were looking for. However, the ironic thing was that not long ago they had been chatting merrily and wittily before the crowd. They had not placed the white-clothed scholar in their eyes at all. But now, even with the three of them joining hands, they were still unable to defeat him. A slap in the face, a naked slap in the face. Hong Wuji was also watching with rapt attention. He did not expect that the mysterious youth was the person he was looking for. Staring at the other party, Hong Wuji's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. However, he did not act rashly. The other party's battle just now was too shocking. His strength was definitely not inferior to his. Lin Xian looked at the shocked expressions of Huang Xiao and the other two and immediately sneered. He said coldly, "The three of you were very arrogant before. Didn't you say that you wanted to kill me? Why aren't you coming now?" He sneered, then waved his sleeve and summoned the golden-feathered divine eagle. "Come, the thing you want is here." Lin Xian held the blood sword in his hand and looked around disdainfully. His gaze was like a sword as he stared at the three people in front of him. Huang Xiao and the other two's expressions were ugly. They glared at him angrily and trembled with anger. Shameful, too shameful. The three of them were usually high and mighty existences. Who dared to provoke them? But now they were actually suppressed by the same person to the point that they could not raise their heads. "Kid, don't go too far." Lung Feng looked at the golden-feathered divine eagle in the distance, his eyes burning with anger. That was their family's mutated beast. Now that it was being used, it was a public humiliation. "Going too far?" Lin Xian laughed. "I'm bullying you. Are you unhappy? If you're unhappy, you can fight. I'll fight you anytime." Lin Xian stepped forward and said loudly. The surrounding people were shocked. This young man was too domineering. He did not give the Lung family any face at all. However, most of them agreed and were excited. They imagined that Lin Xian was them. "Damn it! The Lung family won't let you off." Lung Feng roared angrily. "How is it? It's uncomfortable, right?" Lin Xian sneered. "When you were so arrogant and wanted to kill me, did you think about my feelings? Now you can't take it anymore. Where's your arrogance from before? I thought you were some kind of expert or genius. Now it seems that you're just trash." "Three trash." Lin Xian's voice was cold. His words were sharp and merciless. "Indeed, three trash." Hong Wuji snorted disdainfully. "You, Lung Feng," and the other two trembled in anger. They almost vomited blood. Their faces were ferocious. They wanted to fight with their lives, but they did not have the courage to do so. Not only are they trash, but they're also three cowards. Lin Xian sneered. "Kid, ignore them. Why don't we fight?" Hong Wuji's eyes shone brightly. "No hurry. Let's get rid of the three of them first." Lin Xian walked over slowly with the blood sword in his hand. "You, what are you trying to do?" Lung Feng and Huang Xiao panicked. "Kill." Lin Xian's voice was cold. "You're here to kill me. Do you think I'll let you go?" Hearing this, Lung Feng and the other two's pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with fear. "You dare to kill me? You don't want to live anymore." They were indeed stunned and exclaimed in shock. That's right, they had lost face. However, they had never been worried about their own safety. One had to know that their identities were extraordinary. Two of them were disciples of big clans in Wind-Seeking City, while the other was a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. It could be said that their identities were noble, and no one dared to offend them. Not to mention, no one dared to kill them. And now, a young man actually wanted to kill the three of them at the same time. How audacious! "Kid, if you dare to touch a single strand of my hair, there will be no place for you in Wind-Seeking City." Huang Xiao's voice was filled with venom. Chapter 805. You're dead. The Lung family will not let you off. Lung Feng roared. How dare you touch me? You'll be hunted down endlessly. Poof! Before he could finish his sentence, the blood-red sword slashed down. Lung Feng's head flew into the air as blood splattered everywhere. What? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to kill Lung Feng so decisively. Huang Xiaoxiao and the black-clothed youth were stunned as well. They stood rooted to the ground. Lung Feng's head flew into the air. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not believe that Lin Xian dared to kill him. Was he not afraid of the Lung family's revenge? Lung Feng's head fell to the ground with disbelief and indignation. Poof! Poof! Lung Feng's headless body fell to the ground and blood flowed like a river. However, something even stranger happened. The blood was all attracted by the blood sword in Lin Xian's hand and absorbed. Behind Lin Xian, a hazy blood diagram appeared. It was extremely mysterious. At that moment, Lin Xian felt that his understanding of the blood sword legacy had deepened. Soon, the blood on the ground was sucked dry, and Lung Feng's body became a dried corpse. Lin Xian turned his eyes and stared at Huang Xiaoxiao and the young man in black. Huang Xiaoxiao felt Lin Xian's gaze and woke up from her daze. She screamed, "Ah, you killed him. You're dead. The Lung family will not let you off." Her face was covered in blood, coupled with her panicked expression. She looked terrifying. "I killed you because you deserve to die." Lin Xian's voice was cold as he raised the blood-red sword in his hand again. "No, don't kill me." Huang Xiaoxiao was finally afraid when she felt the violent killing intent. She did not want to die. "Let me go. I'll agree to anything you want." Huang Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with pleading and seduction. "As long as you're willing, my body will be yours." Her voice was alluring and seductive. "I'm not interested in you." Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. The blood-red sword quickly pierced through her body. Poof! The sword pierced through her heart. "You! The Huang family will avenge me." Huang Xiaoxiao used the last of her strength and screamed. At the same time, she burned the last of her blood and used a secret technique to attack Lin Xian. "Ha ha ha, you're dead. Even if you kill me, the Huang family won't let you off." Huang Xiaoxiao revealed a final trace of malevolence before falling to the ground. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He could feel that there was something extra in his body, but he couldn't detect it. Temporarily putting aside the doubts in his heart, he once again looked at the last black-clothed martial artist. "Don't kill me." The black-clothed youth was terrified, and he no longer had the arrogance from before. "I'm warning you, I'm a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy, and I'm even a member of the Tao Spirit Association. The Tao Spirit Association was established by the disciples of the Yen family. You can't afford to offend them." "Tao Spirit Association?" Lin Xian laughed, his mouth full of disdain. He slowly lowered his head and looked down at the black-clothed youth. "I even dared to kill Yen Qingyang, let alone you. What you are." The black-clothed youth was shocked, and his face was full of fear. A figure appeared in his mind. He finally knew who the scholar in front of him was. However, he didn't have the chance to say it, because the blood sword had already pierced through his chest. Plop! When the last corpse turned into a dried corpse and fell down, the crowd finally recovered from the shock. Too shocking, too exciting. One person killed 3 top young experts, and they were all of noble status. It wouldn't be long before Wind-Seeking City would riot. At the very least, the Huang family and Lung family wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Hong Wuji was also slightly stunned. The young man in front of him had once again exceeded his expectations. Even if he was the young master of the Red Leaf Valley, he wouldn't dare to kill the 3 of them at the same time. One could imagine the shock in his heart. "Interesting, very interesting," Hong Wuji exclaimed. "Our Red Leaf Valley has always been arrogant, but I didn't expect to see someone even more arrogant today." "Kid, you've got guts." The 6 girls looked surprised. They had never heard of anyone being praised by Hong Wuji before. Hong Wuji's eyes shone brightly, and his body released a powerful aura. However, I still have to suppress you. I've said it before, you're no match for me. He slowly stood up, and his entire body was extremely sharp, like a divine sword being unsheathed. Lin Xian held the blood sword in his hand and stared at Hong Wuji. Behind him, a monstrous sea of blood surged, and the murderous aura shot up to the sky. Boom! Their auras collided, and a shocking explosion erupted, almost tearing the entire tea house's defense apart. The crowd retreated, watching anxiously. Just as the 2 of them were about to attack, a long roar came from afar. Who dares to kill my Huang family's disciples? The voice was filled with anger, like an enraged tiger, and it was extremely terrifying. Along with them, several powerful auras were rushing towards them at high speed. Oh no, the Huang family is here. The crowd was shocked. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect the other party to be alerted so quickly. He looked at Hong Wuji and said coldly, "We'll fight another day." Then, Lin Xian turned into a ray of sword light and flew into the distance. "Thief, where do you think you're going?" Just as Lin Xian left the tea house, a terrifying palm of light fell quickly. The palm was glowing with green light, like a ghost claw, and it covered a radius of 1,000 meters. The sky suddenly darkened, and a terrifying aura surged. The green ghost claw covered the sky, forming rays of green light that intertwined to form a light cage, trapping Lin Xian. The light cage was hard, as if it was made of divine metal. It was extremely sturdy, like a prison from hell, and it was difficult to escape. "Little bastard, how dare you kill my Huang family's disciples? How dare you?" The person who came was an old man in green. He was an elder of the Huang family. He shouted sternly, "Today, I'll extract your soul, and you'll never be reincarnated." The old man's expression was ferocious, and his body was filled with murderous intent. The moment they knew that Huang Xiaoxiao was dead, the entire Huang family almost went crazy. Huang Xiaoxiao was a genius disciple of the Huang family, one of the most promising few. But now he was actually killed by someone. They could not accept it, and they did not even dare to believe it. One had to know that the Huang family was considered a powerful force in Wind-Seeking City. Even some elites were not willing to provoke them. Moreover, no one dared to kill a disciple of the Huang family unless they were mortal enemies. Therefore, they did not believe that Huang Xiaoxiao was dead. However, the nameplate that represented Huang Xiaoxiao's identity had been shattered. They also sensed the blood-red mark that Huang Xiaoxiao made before she died. That was a secret technique of the Huang family. At the cost of one's life, they would make a tracking mark that could clearly guide the enemy. However, this secret technique would not be used until they were on the brink of death. Since the blood-red mark had appeared, it meant that Huang Xiaoxiao was really dead. Thinking of this, the old man in green robes' expression became ferocious. "Kid, dying 10,000 times is not enough to atone for your sins. I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece, and I'll let you live like a dog." Chapter 806. The green-robed elder was furious. He wanted nothing more than to tear the other party apart. The green ghost claw covered the sky and released countless auras, forming a hellish cage. Everyone was shocked. The scene was too terrifying, as expected of an elder. However, most of them were worried for Lin Xian. After all, they had seen what happened with their own eyes. It was not that Lin Xian liked to kill, but that Huang Xiaoxiao and the others had gone too far. Anyone would have attacked if they were in Lin Xian's shoes. Lin Xian roared and waved the blood sword in his hand, releasing a monstrous sword radiance. A violent and shocking murderous aura surged. A sea of blood appeared and slapped in all directions, tearing the green cage apart in an instant. Whoosh! Lin Xian turned into a sword radiance and flew out of the cage. He stood in the air and stared at the green-robed elder. "Thief, I want you dead." The green-robed elder was filled with murderous intent. Behind him, dozens of lights lit up and rushed over. These people were all experts of the Huang family. They had all come to capture the murderer. Everyone in Wind-Seeking City knows who's right and who's wrong. If it weren't for your disciples being too arrogant and vicious, they wouldn't have died. The reason why they were so arrogant and vicious was because they had your support. So, the one who killed them wasn't me, but you. If you old things continue to be arrogant and protect them, more disciples will die. Lin Xian said with a sonorous voice, holding the killing sword in his hand. What a bunch of nonsense. The green-robed elder was trembling with anger. At this time, the experts of the other families had also arrived. They were all glaring at Lin Xian as if they had lost their minds. How dare you kill Sister Xiao? I'll kill you. A young man with a ferocious face walked out. The killing intent in his eyes surged, turning into tangible radiance, terrifying and terrifying. You can't, Lin Xian sneered. Let those old things do it. You're courting death. The young man was furious. His name was Huang Luo, and he was one of the 3 strongest people in the younger generation of the Huang family. His strength was even above Huang Xiaoxiao's. When he heard Lin Xian's mockery, he shouted angrily and rushed over. No, the green-robed old man shouted from behind, his face full of anxiety. They had already lost Huang Xiaoxiao. They couldn't afford to lose Huang Luo. Otherwise, there wouldn't be many people left in the younger generation of the Huang family. However, his reminder was too late. With Huang Luo's speed, he arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. With a flash of light, a high-grade, spirit-ranked, treasured saber appeared in his hand. The saber radiance was resplendent like the Milky Way, pouring down in torrents with a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. Brat Dai. Huang Luo laughed savagely. However, Lin Xian only smiled disdainfully. His eyes focused, and the sword of slaughter in his hand became even more solid, as if it was a real sword. Killing frenzy. The sword radiance flickered like a blood-red dragon attacking, its roar shaking the heavens. Clang! Puff! The resplendent saber radiance was sent flying, and the terrifying blood-red sword Qi slashed at Huang Luo. No, block it. Huang Luo didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful that he could break his attack in an instant. In a panic, he quickly defended himself. However, he didn't know that Lin Xian had mastered the blood sword inheritance, and his body also had the great dragon sword soul, a heaven-defying offensive saint technique. Therefore, the power of this sword was extremely powerful. Puff! His defense shattered in an instant. Huang Luo's pupils constricted. He felt the cold sword Qi pierce his body and then mercilessly slash through his body. Then his senses disappeared. Along with the disappearance of his senses, there was also shock and fear. Puff! In the sky, Huang Luo's body was cut in half by the sword radiance. Puff! Puff! A rain of blood fell, as if it was attracted by an invisible force, and all of it entered Lin Xian's blood sword and the sea of blood behind him. No, everyone in the Huang family was stunned, and then they screamed crazily, he's dead again. The second strongest youth in their family had died in front of them. I hate it. Bastard, I'll definitely kill you. The green-robed elder roared at the sky. His voice was like thunder, and it shattered the surrounding buildings. A powerful and violent aura gushed out like a volcanic eruption, blasting the clouds in the sky away. More Huang family warriors moved, and they surrounded Lin Xian. Today, they must kill the sinner in front of them. Lin Xian looked around, and the corner of his mouth curled up in disdain. He really didn't know why they were sad that such a trash would die with a single sword strike. Puff! Several Huang family elders were so angry that they vomited blood, and their bodies trembled. Trash, the second strongest youth in their family, was called trash by someone else? Intolerable absolutely intolerable. Kill! Tear him into pieces! The green-robed elder roared, and he took the initiative to attack. With a punch, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the wind whistled in the void as if it was going to tear the sky apart. You want to fight? Then come! Lin Xian roared, and his eyes flashed. Behind him, the sea of blood surged. Boom! A great battle broke out. Lin Xian formed a seal with his left hand, and a blood-red mountain appeared. It enlarged in the air and collided with the green-robed fist. The entire mountain was blood-red, as if it was a mountain from hell. It was extremely terrifying, and the green-robed fist was pushed back in an instant. Then he swung his right hand, and the blood-red sword light turned into a furious dragon that pounced in all directions. Ah! 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 In an instant, a few screams were heard. Some of the weaker Huang family disciples were cut in half at the waist by the blood-red sword light, and their blood was sucked away. Back off! The green-robed elder roared. Those below the second sky of the martial honor realm, leave. Go and inform the Lung family that their genius has also been killed. In an instant, the entire sky was cleared, and only Lin Xian and the 6 ferocious-looking elders were left. Brat, you won't be able to escape death today. The green-robed elder's voice was cold. Even a third sky of the martial honor realm would not dare to face 6 second sky of the martial honor realm head-on. Not to mention this brat who is not even a third sky of the martial honor realm. Feeling that the blood-red sword and the sea of blood behind him were becoming stronger, Lin Xian's gaze was like a sword radiance that swept across the surroundings fearlessly. He formed a seal with his left palm, and his right hand held the sword as he attacked rapidly. Attack! The 6 elders also attacked fiercely, using their own unique skills. Boom! A blood-red moon spun rapidly, and the moonlight was like a blood-red ribbon that quickly wrapped around the 2 elders. Then a golden sun appeared in the sky, shining with golden light. It was extremely terrifying. Crack! Countless rays of light fell, forming golden sword radiances that pierced towards the 2 elders. The golden radiances contained powerful lightning energy that made one's scalp go numb. The 2 elders were shocked, and they used all their strength to escape at the last moment. However, they were still swept by a few lightning sword radiances, and the sky exploded with lightning, sending the 2 elders flying. What? So powerful! The people below were shocked. Facing the attacks of the 6 elders, Lin Xian was not afraid at all, and he even managed to injure 2 of them in an instant. His strength and experience were too terrifying. You're courting death. The green-robed elder was enraged, and a green skeleton appeared behind him. It was extremely strange. Chapter 807. A green skeleton appeared behind the green-clothed elder, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom! The entire sky suddenly boiled like a vast ocean, surging and surging violently. Martial soul, it's a martial soul! The crowd exclaimed. They did not expect the green-clothed elder to use his martial soul. It seemed like he was going to fight for real. The green skeleton was very eye-catching. The green skeleton was very tall, and there were mysterious patterns on it, emitting a terrifying aura. He stood in the void like a demon, terrifying everyone's hearts and souls. I said, I'll kill you today. The green-clothed elder's voice was ferocious. His eyes were as sharp as knives as he stared at Lin Xian. In the other direction, the elders also summoned their martial souls. They were mighty and terrifying. Swoosh! The green skeleton moved and turned into a ray of light, rushing toward Lin Xian. Swoosh! In an instant he arrived beside Lin Xian, and his skeleton palm slammed down mercilessly. The palm was glowing with a green light, as if it was made of green gold. It slashed toward Lin Xian like a treasure weapon. Lin Xian clenched his fist. Red flames danced on his fist, wrapping around his fist. Like a meteor, he quickly punched out. Clang! When the 2 collided, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The entire sky trembled as visible energy ripples spread out in all directions. The green-clothed elder summoned his martial soul and fought with Lin Xian. However, what shocked everyone was that Lin Xian did not summon his martial soul. Instead, he used his fist to fight against the elder's martial soul. Just how confident must he be? The green-clothed elder sneered. He controlled the skeleton martial soul and used a powerful martial skill to attack his opponent. Boom! Light shot out in all directions like fireworks. However, there was a fatal killing intent hidden in the light. Vermilion bird seal. Lin Xian waved his palm and shot out a flame. A huge vermilion bird was born from the flames and quickly soared into the sky. When the vermilion bird appeared, the entire sky was dyed red. A scorching aura spread out, as if it was going to evaporate people. Not only was the heat unbearable, it could also evaporate spiritual energy. The green skeleton was affected, and its bronze body began to fade as if it was about to melt. Humph! The azure-robed old man snorted coldly and controlled the azure-robed skeleton to spit out an azure-colored cloud. The flames in the sky dimmed as if they were being corroded by the mist. What a terrifying poison! Everyone was terrified and quickly fled. This poison was too terrifying. Even a third heaven venerable would not dare to take it head-on. "Haha, kid, let's see what you can do. Turn into a puddle of blood under my poison." The green-robed old man's face was ferocious. He felt a thrill of revenge. However, in the next moment, the pleasure suddenly disappeared. What? Impossible! His pupils shrank as he cried out in shock. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. This was because Lin Xian had already escaped the poison's range and instantly appeared in front of him. So fast, the speed! How is this possible? The green-robed elder shrieked. Even a third heaven venerable realm cultivator probably wouldn't have such speed. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. They couldn't see it clearly at all. Hong Wuji frowned. Could this speed be an earth-grade martial art? He guessed in his heart, but he wasn't sure. However, that movement technique was so fast that it shocked him. It must be a peerless martial art to have such speed. In fact, his guess was right. Lin Xian was using an earth-grade movement technique, the phantom illusionary demonic steps. He had already practiced this earth-grade movement technique to the lesser success stage. When he used it now, his speed was incomparable and even ghosts couldn't dodge it. Even a third heaven venerable realm cultivator might not have such speed. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian swung his sword and slashed at the green-robed elder in front of him. Oh no! The green-robed elder's scalp went numb. Not to mention the sword chi. Just the overflowing killing intent was enough to make his heart beat wildly. Was he still human? He had never seen such a powerful killing intent before. It was like a god of death. The green-robed elder waved his hand and hurriedly shot out a light shadow to defend himself. Poof! However, it was useless. Those palm shadows were instantly shattered by Lin Xian's blood-red sword. They couldn't block it at all. What? The green-robed elder was shocked. He didn't expect the opponent's attack to be so fierce that it instantly shattered all the palm shadows he shot out. In the next moment, the blood-red sword chi quickly slashed at him. Retreat! The green-robed elder didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly retreated while waving his hands to summon his martial soul to defend himself. Although he retreated extremely quickly, he still underestimated Lin Xian's speed. This sword was as fast as lightning. The red sword chi turned into blood-red lightning and quickly slashed his arm. Poof! Blood splattered as half of the green-robed elder's right arm was chopped off. Ah! The green-robed elder's scalp went numb. His eyes were filled with fear as he turned into a ray of green light and fled quickly. The crowd below was shocked and fell silent. Even the Huang family elders' faces changed drastically. The green-robed elder was also a powerful existence among them, but he was injured and fled in just a short moment. The situation changed too quickly. They couldn't accept it at all. Trash. Not only are the younger generation trash, but the older generation is also trash. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder as he mocked them mercilessly. You're courting death. How dare you insult the Huang family? I'll destroy you today. The other Huang family elders couldn't listen to it anymore. Although the opponent was powerful, they weren't weak either. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. If they joined forces, they could definitely suppress the opponent. Two Huang family elders walked up. One of them had white hair and an old face. However, his eyes were sharper than a blade. Obviously, he was a second-level honorable realm expert. Moreover, he was a second-level honorable realm expert. The other person was also an old man. However, he was wearing an ice-cold black armor that completely protected his body. The black battle suit emitted a cold light, and on its surface, there were many mysterious patterns flickering. This is a top spiritual treasure. The crowd was shocked. This level of armor was extremely tough. It was difficult to break through its defense. They didn't expect the Huang family elders to have such armor. It seemed like there was no suspense in this battle. The opponent probably couldn't break through the armor's defense. Many people gasped and shook their heads. They felt sorry for Lin Xian. A top spiritual treasure was extremely powerful. It was definitely a great help. At this moment, the Huang family elder was wearing a black armor. It was equivalent to having an extra life. Among those of the same level, no one was his match. Little thief, die. Only the eyes of the Huang family elder were exposed. The rest of his body was completely covered by the black armor. He was like a demon king. He slowly walked over in the air. Every step he took caused a huge explosion in the air. Countless waves swept in all directions. On the other side, the white-haired elder also walked over. He held a purple long sword in his hand. The long sword flickered and revealed a purple light. It was like a sunset that danced in the sky. It made him look like a sword god. Chapter 808. The two elders sneered and attacked Lin Xian from both sides. Without wasting any time, the two of them attacked instantly. The white-haired elder wielded a purple longsword and slashed out quickly. A blazing sword light flashed across the sky, illuminating the entire sky. The light was resplendent, and the multicolored light stretched for thousands of miles. The white-haired elder wielded the purple sword and slashed out quickly. The sword ray flashed and tore through the void, quickly slashing towards Lin Xian. A top-grade, spirit-grade sword. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. He quickly pulled out the wind shadow sword from his waist and stabbed out as well. The green, jade-like sword gradually enlarged and turned into a giant sword that was dozens of feet long. It was terrifying and heavy. On top of it, streaks of green chi flowed. Together with the inscriptions on it, it released a mysterious and sharp aura. It was like a divine sword that slashed down quickly. What? Another top-grade, spirit-grade sword. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a sword on him. Lin Xian waved the wind shadow sword. Terrifying sword chi swept out in all directions, crushing the void. Streaks of sword chi that were hundreds of feet long slashed forward quickly. The two streaks of sword chi collided. It was like two angry dragons roaring and fighting each other. In an instant, the sky was torn apart. The sword chi turned into a rain of light and scattered in all directions. Every strike could sink the earth. Kill! On the other side, the elder of the Huang family in black armor also attacked. He was like a black god of war walking in the void. Every step he took cracked the void. He punched out, and his fist, which was wrapped in black armor, rapidly enlarged. It was like a black, demonic mountain, rapidly crashing over. Bam! 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 Lin Xian wielded the wind shadow sword and stabbed it into the sky. Every strike caused the sky to tremble violently. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. It made people's hearts tremble. He fought against two Huang family elders by himself. He waved out streaks of sword qi that made people's hearts tremble. Every time they collided, the sky would be torn apart. It was like a clap of thunder that fell in all directions. Everyone was hit by the aftershock of the energy. Their bodies trembled, and many people quickly retreated with blood flowing out of the corners of their mouths. This young man is too terrifying. Many people were shocked. Impossible, this is impossible. As for the Huang family disciples, their faces were filled with disbelief. Two of their elders were wielding top spirit step treasures, and even though they joined forces, they still weren't able to defeat this young man. This was just too shocking. They couldn't accept it. This child is incredible. When he grows up in the future, he will definitely defy the heavens. An older generation figures sighed in admiration. Hong Wuji clasped his hands behind his back and glared at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as sword qi surged from his body. He was equally shocked. Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded his expectations. Interesting. It's rare to meet such an opponent. Hong Wuji revealed a sinister smile. He looked like an evil god. At this moment, the battle situation in the sky changed again. The white-haired elder tossed the purple sword out and hovered in the air. Countless streaks of purple light surged out from the sword, forming streaks of sword qi that shot out in all directions. In an instant, tens of thousands of purple rays of light shot into the sky. Each ray of purple sword qi was like a waterfall that fell from the sky. Tens of thousands of similar sword qi fell, forming a huge cage that trapped Lin Xian. This scene was extremely shocking. The entire sky was filled with purple qi and murderous intent. Lin Xian was directly below the purple sword and was surrounded by countless purple sword qi. Moreover, those terrifying sword qi quickly pierced towards his body. On the other side, the elder in black armor also made his move. His body expanded rapidly and finally became 100 meters tall like a giant. He waved his fist and struck out with a terrifying force. It was like a meteorite from outer space that ruthlessly smashed into the ground. This force was shocking and very strange. It directly passed through the purple sword light and surged towards Lin Xian. The tens of thousands of sword flashes around him glowed brightly, forming a purple cage that trapped Lin Xian, as expected of an elder of the Huang family. How terrifying! When the two of them worked together, they could even contend against a third-level venerable. That kid is dead for sure. No one who dares to provoke our Huang family will have a good ending. The Huang family disciples were all excited. In the next moment, the sky trembled violently and an earth-shattering explosion spread in all directions. Is it over? The Huang family elders in the sky heaved a sigh of relief. That kid was really difficult to deal with. If he grew up, he would definitely be a huge threat to their family. This is your strength? How pitifully weak. Suddenly, a disdainful voice rang out from the energy storm. What? He's fine. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Impossible. The pupils of the Huang family elders in the sky constricted, and their faces were full of shock. They stared at the energy storm in the center, and their breathing gradually became heavier. Soon, the violent energy storm dissipated, revealing the figure in the center. They saw Lin Xian standing in the void. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and there was no trace of damage. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The two elders who attacked went crazy. Their eyes were full of disbelief and shock. Their attack just now was enough to injure a third-level venerable, but the young man in front of them was unharmed? This was already beyond their imagination. Humph! Ignorant. Lin Xian sneered. When he was attacked just now, he did not hesitate to use the shadow of the Red Lotus armor to block all the attacks. That was why he looked unharmed. However, it was really dangerous just now. If he did not have the Red Lotus armor, he would have been in danger. When he thought of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. "You're done attacking. It's my turn now." The voice was cold, and it was like a god of death walking out from the void. Countless blood vessels surged and wrapped around the wind shadow sword, forming a scarlet light. He held the killing sword in his hand and walked forward step by step. With every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger, and the murderous aura became denser. In the end, a boundless sea of blood condensed around him, and a terrifying illusion appeared. "Damn it! Stop right there!" The white-haired elder and the elder in black armor were terrified. They quickly moved to stop the other party. The purple sword light and the black fist quickly swept through the void and blasted toward Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, red lines appeared in front of the crowd and formed a huge shadow of the armor. It blocked in front of Lin Xian and blocked all the attacks. Lin Xian sneered and walked over step by step. He never stopped walking, and the rhythm of each step did not change. He walked confidently and calmly toward the elder of the Huang family. In the next moment, he raised the long sword in his hand and quickly stabbed at the white-haired elder. "You're courting death." The white-haired elder roared and waved his purple sword. Countless purple sword lights surged out like a purple waterfall and surrounded him in the air, forming a solid defense. However, all of this was useless. Lin Xian's murderous intent and attack power were at their peak, and those purple sword lights could not stop him at all. The blood-colored sword light fell and cut everything in front of it in half, including the body of the white-haired elder. With a clench of his hand, Lin Xian took the elder's storage ring. Then the blood sword hummed and trembled, forming a suction force that sucked all the essence and blood of the dead white-haired elder. Chapter 809. The elders of the Huang family were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what had just happened. Their family's expert had been cut in half by a young man. They couldn't accept it at all. Now, many of the elders were regretting. What kind of demon had they provoked to be so powerful? The elder in black armor felt his scalp go numb. At this moment, he was being stared at by Lin Xian, and his whole body trembled. Although the armor was a top spiritual rank artifact, it couldn't withstand the shocking, killing intent. He was like a small boat in a sea of blood that could be overturned by a huge wave at any time. This feeling was too terrifying and too powerless. He didn't feel this way even when facing the family's experts and the venerable from Sanchong village. "Stop! Don't fight, don't fight!" The elder in black armor shouted loudly. He was really scared. His companion's strength was similar to his, and he also had a top spiritual rank artifact, but he was still cut in half by the young man. This scene deeply stimulated him, letting him know that the young man in front of him couldn't be judged by common sense. This matter is our Huang family's disciples' fault. I'll go back and teach them a lesson. The grudge between us is over, the elder in black armor said quickly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the powerful Huang family to admit defeat. "Stop fighting." Lin Xian sneered. "Stop fighting? You brought a group of people to kill me? Stop fighting? 6 of you besieged me? Stop fighting? You used top-rank artifacts to kill me? Now that you can't beat me and say stop fighting, I want to know if I can beat you and say stop, will you hold back?" Lin Xian's mouth curved into a mocking smile, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. "If I can't beat you, I'm afraid I'll be killed by you mercilessly. Now that you're telling me to stop fighting, do you think I'll let you go?" Lin Xian didn't hesitate and quickly slashed down with his sword. "Kid, you're courting death. Don't be so shameless." The elder clad in black armor was also enraged. He had already lowered his stance, yet the other party still wanted to attack. They simply didn't place them in their eyes. What was laughable was that he didn't consider that they were the ones who had come to kill Lin Xian first. Now that they were halfway through the fight and couldn't win, they wanted to stop. How could there be such an easy thing? Block it, the black-armored boss shouted, and the black armor on his body bloomed with a black light. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the black-armored elder was sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. However, he did not suffer any external injuries. The sword chi was blocked. Ha 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 ha, I have a spirit-grade battle armor. Even if you have a sword of the same grade, it will be difficult for you to break my defense. In other words, you can't kill me at all. Seeing this situation, the black-armored elder became arrogant again. Little thief, I gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. Now let me take your dog life. Shameless indeed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. People like you don't need to exist in this world. She held the killing sword in her hand and walked forward step by step. It's useless. You can't break my defense. The black-armored elder sneered disdainfully. Can't break your defense? You're thinking too much. Lin Xian quickly swung her sword. The killing sword hummed and enlarged in the air. It was as long as 100 feet, like a mountain ridge. Lin Xian held it in her hand and quickly slashed it down. This sword was extremely ferocious and powerful, as if it could cut through the sky. Boom! The terrifying attack landed on the black-armored elder and sent him flying. The elder was sent flying and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Although the black-armored armor was extremely hard and could block swords and sabers, the powerful impact passed through the armor and directly hit his body. The power almost caused his body to split open. What? Damn it! The black-armored elder's expression was ferocious. He could not believe it. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian appeared in front of him again. The giant sword in her hand fell quickly. The sword light flashed and connected heaven and earth, forming a strange and terrifying scene. Bang! The black-armored elder was sent flying again. The black armor shone with flowing light and blocked most of the force, but the terrifying killing intent and shocking sword intent could not be eliminated. It directly bombarded the black-armored elder's body, as if it was going to tear him apart. Stop, stop. Let's talk. The black-armored elder was frightened again. He realized that Lin Xian still had the ability to kill him, so he had to lower his head and beg for his life. At this time, the elders around were also furious. They all attacked, trying to stop Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not give them a chance. A pitch-black sword appeared in his hand, emitting a terrifying aura of death. The sword of Nirvana. With a stab, the strange pitch-black sword quickly sucked away the elder's vitality. Thus, a shocking and strange scene appeared in the sky. The black long sword did not pierce the black-clothed old man, but his body gradually withered. His face aged, as if he had aged over 100 years in an instant. Soon he turned into a pile of white bones. Lin Xian waved his sleeve, turning the white bones into dust. Then he grabbed the black armor and put it into his storage ring. Die, little thief! Leave the treasure behind. At this time, the elders from the imperial family rushed over again, trying to surround Lin Xian. At the same time, a shocking roar came from afar. Several terrifying auras like ancient fierce beasts appeared, covering the whole sky. Lun Clan! The Lun Clan's experts are here. Everyone was shocked. The other big clan of Wenfeng City had finally sent an expert. Haha, little brat, you're dead. The elders from the Huang clan were excited, and their faces were ferocious. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and his brows furrowed. He snorted coldly and put away his sword. I'll spare your lives today, but I'll make sure the Lun clan and Huang clan disappear from Wenfeng City. Then his body turned into a ray of light and rushed into the sky. Stop him! Don't let him get away! The elder from the Huang clan was shocked. It was not easy for them to wait for the Lung clan's expert, and they would not let him get away. However, they were powerless. The Earth rank movement technique was incomparably mysterious, and it was not something they could compete with. In an instant, countless figures appeared in the sky, and each of them seemed real. These people could not tell which one was the real Lin Xian. When they destroyed all the illusions, they found that Lin Xian was long gone. Swoosh! Swoosh! Dozens of figures descended, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Who dares to kill my Lung clan's disciple? An earth-shattering roar sounded, and it caused people's blood to spurt out. Where's that little thief? Tell him to come out and die. The Lung clan's experts looked around angrily, and their bodies were full of killing intent. However, when they saw the blood on the ground and the Huang clan's casualties, many of their pupils shrank. Chapter 8:10. But we need to discuss how to capture this brat. They had no choice. The other party was powerful and had a strange movement technique. They didn't want to admit it, but he was definitely one of the top existences in the younger generation. If they wanted to kill such a person, they needed to deploy their forces well. Lin Xian left Wind-Seeking City and came to a nearby forest. He had gained quite a lot from this battle. The purple longsword and the black armor, the two top-grade spirit-grade artifacts, had been taken by him. The elders of the Huang family must be mad with anger right now. However, Lin Xian didn't feel guilty. In this world, if he didn't kill others, he would be killed. This was the law of this world. He had to adapt. Putting on the black armor, Lin Xian infused his spirit energy into the armor. Suddenly, the black armor shone brightly. Then, the light dimmed and became a tight fit, forming an inner armor. At the level of a top-grade spiritual artifact, it could change its shape at will. Not only could it shrink, but it could also expand. It was extremely magical. The purple longsword was on the same level as his wind shadow sword. It was also a good, offensive artifact. In addition to the two artifacts, the two people's storage rings were also very rich. Other than that, what made him even more surprised was that his Blood Sword King's inheritance seemed to have improved and broken through. After absorbing the blood of so many experts, his Blood Sword King's inheritance finally broke through the first level and reached the second level. This way, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Now he could even fight against a third-level honorable realm expert. This made him extremely happy. As expected of a king's inheritance, it was extremely powerful. There's someone. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned and looked into the distance. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. They had actually chased him. His figure flickered, and he disappeared on the spot. Not long after, 10 figures descended and crushed everything in the surroundings into powder. These 10 people had powerful auras. They were all second-level honorable realm experts. Damn it, that little thief ran away again. Among them, the Lung family elder said fiercely, "No matter, he can't escape from our hands." One of the Huang family elders sneered. "He was hit by our secret technique. In our eyes, it's impossible to hide. It's only a matter of time before we find him." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the 10 venerables quickly flew away and disappeared on the spot. In front of him, Lin Xian frowned. He had changed his position many times, but the other party was still able to clearly see him. This caused his expression to become somewhat gloomy. "Kid, there is a special mark on your body. It must have been left behind by that which before she died," the dark red divine dragon said. "Mark." Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He suddenly recalled that Huang Xiao had used her remaining HP to attack him before she died. Although he didn't feel anything at the time, it seemed like it was some sort of tracking mark. He was like a lamp in the dark night, clearly visible and with nowhere to hide. Thinking up to this point, Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. While flying at high speed, he used all his soul force to scan every inch of his body. In the end, he discovered something unusual. If it wasn't for his powerful soul force, he probably wouldn't have noticed it at all. Even after hiding so deeply, I still managed to find you. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He mobilized the great dragon sword soul in his body and quickly destroyed the dark red mark in his body. What? Lin Xian was a little surprised. He found that the great dragon sword soul couldn't destroy the mark. After trying a few times, his face became gloomy again. This situation was very strange. Logically speaking, the great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint art. There shouldn't be anything that couldn't be destroyed. However, the current situation surprised him. The great dragon sword soul is indeed an offensive saint art. But now that it has become your martial soul, it needs your strength to nurture it. The current strength of the great dragon sword soul is far from what it used to be. The dark red divine dragon explained, only when your strength gradually increases will the great dragon sword soul become fiercer. Now it seems that with your current strength, the great dragon sword soul can't immediately destroy this mark. Moreover, this mark isn't an ordinary mark. It seems to be some kind of ancient secret art. If you want to destroy it, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He could only use the great dragon sword soul to slowly destroy the mark in his body. But before that, he could temporarily trap the mark and make it lose its senses. In the next moment, countless sword qi intertwined, forming a careful cage that sealed the dark red mark. Behind him, the pupils of the Huang family's elders suddenly shrank and they stopped. What's wrong? Did you find that kid? The Lung family's expert asked. Damn it, how is that possible? I can't sense him anymore. The 4 Huang family's elders' faces became very ugly. They tried to sense him again, but they couldn't sense his location at all. This is impossible. One of the Huang family's elders screamed. He couldn't believe that the other party could destroy their family's secret art. One had to know that the secret art was very powerful. Even a third heaven's supremacy couldn't destroy it. However, a first-layer Martial Highness Realm kid had managed to nullify their sealing technique. After hearing this news, the Lung family's experts fell silent. Their expressions didn't look very good. What should we do? Should we split up and search? With the 10 of us, that kid can't escape at all. One of the Lung family's experts said, No, we can't. The Huang family's elders shook their heads. That kid's combat strength is very strong. If we fight him alone, none of us will be his match. If we act rashly, it's very likely that he will defeat us one by one. Then what should we do? Do we just go back like this? The Lung family's experts were unwilling to give up. I don't think that kid can destroy our family's secret art. He must have used some method to hide temporarily. As long as we search more, we will definitely be able to find him. In the end, the 10 experts discussed and decided to act together. In the depths of the forest, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon began to set up a formation. He wanted to make sure that those who were chasing him wouldn't be able to return alive. However, he wasn't anxious. Instead, he waited patiently. Firstly, he needed time to slowly erase the mark in his body. Secondly, the other party had sent out 10-second heaven supremacies at the same time. Their strength was heaven-defying. Even he had to be careful when dealing with them. Fortunately, other than the great dragon sword soul that could erase the blood mark, he also had the heaven-changing technique that could conceal his aura. This ensured his safety. 3 days later, Lin Xian decided to act. He deliberately released a wisp of his aura to lure the 10 experts into the formation so that he could destroy them one by one. That kid's aura has appeared. Suddenly, the Huang family's elders in the forest behind him were overjoyed and sped up. Very soon, the 10 experts arrived and scanned the surroundings. That kid's aura just appeared here. He can't have gone far. Chapter 8:11. This is a formation. The 10 experts were shocked. They didn't expect that the other party had set up a formation to wait for them. Humph, it's just a formation. You want to trap the 10 of us? What a joke! The Lung family's expert said disdainfully. The other party was just a first heaven venerable. What kind of powerful formation could he have mastered? Moreover, the 10 of them could kill a third heaven venerable if they joined forces. Breaking a formation would be a piece of cake. Therefore, they didn't take the formation seriously at all. However, they soon fell silent, and their expressions became ugly. They realized that they had underestimated the formation. After a series of attacks, not only did they not break it, but they also lost contact with each other. It could be said that the formation's power and strangeness were completely beyond their expectations. The 10 experts were trapped in the formation and couldn't come out for a while. At first, they thought that it was just an ordinary formation that could be broken with some strength. However, they realized that they were completely wrong. This formation was more powerful than they had imagined. They struggled for a long time, but they couldn't break it at all. In fact, this was very normal. Although these people were second heaven venerables and were powerful, this formation was set up by the dark red dragon. Ruffian Dragon, who had lived for thousands of years, was far more knowledgeable and experienced than these people. The formation he had set up was quite terrifying. Lin Xian pulled out the wind shadow sword and slowly entered the formation. With a flash of light, he arrived in front of an elder. This was an elder of the Lung family, a second heaven venerable. When he saw Lin Xian, he immediately shouted angrily, "You're that thief! Come and die!" He held a huge saber in his hand and slashed it forward. The saber flashed like a violent dragon, and the terrifying saber flashed and connected heaven and earth. Lin Xian used an earth-grade movement technique and moved quickly in the air, easily dodging the attack. Then he shouted coldly and slashed down with the wind shadow sword. This sword was too terrifying, and it even split open the void. A terrifying sea of blood appeared in the surroundings and surged. Endless sword flashes gathered like a waterfall and turned into a sword light that quickly slashed toward the opponent. In an instant, the Lung family's expert turned pale with fright. He felt that the power of the sword light was enough to threaten his life. "I can't take it head on." These words appeared in the mind of the Lung clan's expert. This was the result of his many years of experience and instincts. With a stomp of his feet, the Lung family's expert turned into a beam of light and shot up like a bolt of lightning, dodging the attack. Boom! In the next moment, the sword ray fell, shattering the ground. A pitch-black hole appeared, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Since the first sword had missed, the second sword had already pierced out. Like a shocking dragon, it quickly chased after the Lung clan expert. The terrifying sounds of battle immediately attracted the attention of the other experts. Many of them looked solemn as they scanned the surroundings. However, they were in the illusory matrix and could not distinguish the real location. Ah! An extremely miserable cry rang out, echoing in the surroundings. "Third brother!" Among them, the Lung clan's experts roared angrily and quickly rushed out. They could tell that the scream came from their dead comrade. This meant that the other half of them had most likely been killed. However, no matter how they flew, they were unable to break through the illusion array. Not long after, another scream was heard. This time, it was from an elder of the Huang clan. The remaining 8 elders were shocked. They roared angrily and attacked with all their might. They knew that they could not hold back anymore. If they could not break through, there was only one outcome waiting for them, and that was death. Under the effect of their will to live, the 8 of them raised their cultivation to the extreme. They kept attacking the surroundings, causing the originally powerful illusion array to fluctuate and crack. As expected of a second-rank venerable, it seems that this array will not last for long. The dark red dragon sighed. Too little time, and the materials are not complete. This is the best we can do. It's already not bad. It's already not easy to trap them for so long. Lin Xian was not disappointed. Killing 2 experts was enough for him. He still had time to play with these people. Let's go. With a flash, Lin Xian disappeared into the horizon with the dark red dragon. Not long after, the entire illusory formation cracked open. 8 shocking auras gushed out like heavenly pillars, suppressing the surroundings and crushing everything within 1,000 miles into ashes. The powerful auras shrouded the area. Some of them even used their soul power to search. However, they did not find any middle-rank venerable. They only saw 2 corpses on the ground. They looked like dried corpses without a single drop of blood. Damn thief! I will definitely catch you and grind your bones to dust. The 8 experts roared towards the sky. In the next few days, Lin Xian set up traps from time to time. He released his aura to lure the experts. Shocking battles broke out in the forest. Finally, on the 8th day, he killed all of them. However, what surprised him was that the blood mark in his body was not destroyed. This gave him a headache, but compared to the gains, it was still great. After absorbing the essence blood of the 8 experts, his blood sword inheritance had improved again, reaching the peak of the 2nd level. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could reach the 3rd level. After resting in the forest for half a day, Lin Xian adjusted himself to his peak state. He then flew towards Wenfeng City. Wenfeng City was bustling with people. It was getting more and more lively. There were less than 10 days to the Wanxiang auction. Some powerful experts rushed over as they did not want to miss the event. However, while everyone was excited and happy, the Huang and Lung clans were in a gloomy mood. The 2 families had joined forces and sent out 10 powerful 2nd-level honored realm experts to catch the culprit. However, after 10 days, there was no news at all. This gave them a bad feeling. However, although they were worried, they did not believe that the culprit had died. 10 2nd-level honored realm experts could kill a 3rd-level honored realm expert if they joined forces. It was not a problem to deal with a 1st-level venerable thief. However, after waiting for a few more days, their hearts slowly sank. After such a long time, even if they could not catch the culprit should have returned. However, there was no news at all. This meant that the culprit was most likely dead. After guessing this, the Huang and Lung families fell silent. They wanted to send out more experts to kill the culprit. However, the auction was approaching, and they could not send more people. They could only put this matter aside for now. However, in Wenfeng City, they kept a close eye on the situation. As long as the culprit appeared, they would kill him mercilessly. Chapter 812. Lin Xian saw Yu Fei when he returned to the small courtyard he rented. Brother Xian, there's news from Flying Tiger City and Qingshan City. They're basically under control. Nangong Seng and Marulong have also arrived at the Blood Realm. They're both in Flying Tiger City now. Send them a message and ask them to gather at Windy City. Lin Xian felt that this auction would not be easy. There would definitely be a huge battle. After all, a half-Earth rank weapon was too tempting. It was something that all experts wanted. Furthermore, it was not just a half-Earth rank weapon. There was also the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. He had to get it too. That was the material to make the real Red Lotus armor. A few days later, the highly anticipated Wanxiang auction finally began. Everyone was excited. They decided to show off their skills at the auction. They had to get their hands on the treasures. In the VIP room of the Wanxiang auction, Hong Wuji, who was dressed in red, sat on a soft chair. He was surrounded by 6 beautiful women. At this moment, he was looking at the auction through the strange crystal glass in front of him. The Lone Star sword will be mine. Hong Wuji's eyes shone brightly. At the same time, the other VIP rooms were filled with important figures and experts. In one of the VIP rooms, the experts of the Huang family gathered. Send someone to bring the blood mirror to the entrance of the auction and wait. If that little thief dares to come to the auction, kill him immediately. Yes. A few elders retreated and quickly made arrangements. They were going to attack together with the Lung family. If the other party did not come to the auction, then so be it. If he dared to come, then he would not be able to leave. Lin Xian used the heaven-changing technique to change his appearance and aura again. This time, he became an ordinary martial artist. He blended into the crowd and headed for the Wanxiang auction. However, just as he approached the entrance of the auction, he felt uneasy. It was as if something was about to happen. This was a subtle instinct of his body. After so many years of fighting, his sensitivity to danger had reached a terrifying level. Therefore, as soon as he felt excited, he immediately came to a stop and stared cautiously at the Wanxiang auction in front of him. There were guards there to maintain order and collect entry fees. The crowd quickly entered. Everything seemed normal. However, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He realized that there were martial artists wearing the uniforms of the Huang family and the Lung family walking around the entrance. Furthermore, a crimson mirror floated above the building of the Wanxiang auction house, emitting a faint crimson glow that encapsulated the entire entrance. Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw the red light. The dark red mark within his body began to throb violently, flickering with light as if it was attracted to something. This is... Lin Xian's face was pale. Damn, the Huang family. How dare they arrange surveillance at the entrance's entrance? Lin's face, Huang's face. Huang's face. Kamze's face, Lin Xian's. Otherwise, judging from their auras, they were definitely second-level venerated realm experts. They were even stronger than the ones he had killed. However, it was impossible could stop him was Huang's was. Not to mention anything else. Just the half-earth rank treasured sword and the phoenix blood crimson gold were treasures that Lin Xian was determined to obtain. He Huang S had to go. In's. Auction S. Thinking of this, he strode forward. Buzz. The closer he got to the entrance, the brighter the red mark in his body became. He could no longer suppress it. In the end, his body emitted a red light that soared into the sky. What? He's here. At the entrance, the experts of the Huang family and the Lung family were shocked. Then they were overjoyed. They had finally found Lin Xian. Die, brat! A terrifying giant palm, like that of a demon, slammed down. Humph! Lin Xian harumphed and struck with his hand. A sharp light shone and collided with the palm, producing a clanging sound. The violent energy swept across the place, blowing many martial artists away. Whoosh! The two took a step back and stared at each other, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Stop! Fighting is not allowed in front of the Wanxiang auction. At that moment, a loud voice could be heard. Following this, a powerful force was emitted to warn the crowd. If you attack again, you will be the enemy of the Wanxiang auction. You will be killed without mercy. The voice was cold and emotionless. Hearing this, the experts of the Huang family and the Lung family fell silent. They knew this rule. Don't worry, we won't fight here. A few of them said to the sky. Then, they stared at Lin Xian fiercely. Brat, how dare you come out? I don't know if you're an idiot or a fool. Today is the day you die. A group of people go forward and surround Lin Xian. Although they couldn't fight here, it didn't mean that they would let Lin Xian go. As long as they could get him somewhere else, they could attack. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Not being able to fight here was not bad news for him. After all, this was the territory of the two families. If a fight broke out, there might be some old monsters. Once he was somewhere else, he wouldn't have to worry. Thinking of this, he smiled and waved his sleeve. A mysterious jade platform appeared. Buzz! Lin Xian's body flashed, and he disappeared. What? The Huang family and the Lung family were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a treasure. It's a space teleportation. Go after him. This kind of teleportation can't be far. Today, we can't let this brat leave alive. Everyone flew into the sky and searched quickly. Whoosh! 100 miles away, Lin Xian's body appeared. He immediately used the heaven-changing technique to hide his aura. Then he flew into the distance. Lin Xian's goal was simple. He wanted to leave Windy City and separate these people. Since the other party didn't know what was good for them and still wanted to kill him, then they couldn't blame him for going on a killing spree. With a sway of his body, he used his extreme speed to fly through the air like a ghost. In a big forest far away from Windy City, Lin Xian landed and waited. He held the wind shadow sword and waited quietly. When he flew, he deliberately left some traces so that those people could see it. Sure enough, not long after, there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy in the sky. It seemed that there was a huge aura flying toward him. Lin Xian squinted and looked into the distance with a smile. It's coming. In the sky, a black dot appeared. Then it quickly grew bigger like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, the black figure arrived nearby and landed on the ground. The person who came was a middle-aged man. He had a strong back and a strong waist. He was extraordinarily handsome. When he walked, there was a sense of oppression. His gaze was sharp like a sword. It was extremely powerful, as if it could pierce through everything. Boom! He stopped 3 feet above the ground and floated in the air, looking down at Lin Xian. His gaze was like a knife. It turned into a beam of light that rushed downward. Die, brat! Chapter 8:13. The surrounding forest shook, and the earth trembled slightly. One could imagine how powerful this middle-aged man was. He looked down from above. You dare to show yourself after killing my clansmen? No one can save you today. I will use your blood to pay tribute to my clansmen. I've heard these words countless times, but every single one of them has become a corpse. Lin Xian's expression was cold. You are no exception. You will be the next. Humph, ignorant. The middle-aged man snorted. I will let you know how powerful the true experts of the Long clan are. The middle-aged man stepped out, and his body emitted a strong light. At the same time, he sealed off the surroundings to prevent Lin Xian from escaping. Let's see where you can run to today. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Xian shouted as he pulled out the wind shadow sword and stabbed forward. Boom! The sword light flickered as if a huge dragon was roaring, shaking the heavens and the earth. The whole ground cracked open, and a 1,000-meter-long crack appeared. 100 fists. The middle-aged man also attacked, and his bronze skin shone brightly as he punched forward with a violent aura. The two collided, and a loud sound was heard, as if thunder had descended. With a bang, the middle-aged man was sent flying, and his face revealed a trace of shock. According to the information he had received, Lin Xian could not be so powerful. Could it be that this brat was still hiding his strength? He was shocked. In fact, he did not know that not long ago, Lin Xian had successfully upgraded the Blood Sword King's inheritance, and his strength had greatly increased. Compared to before, Lin Xian was much stronger. While the middle-aged man was shocked, Lin Xian was also shocked. Lin Xian had taken a blow from his sword and was not injured, which was rare. It seemed that the opponent was a body refining expert. At least, he was much stronger than the previous elders. Interesting. I hope you can hold on for a while longer. Lin Xian sneered. Humph. I guarantee that you will not be able to laugh soon. The middle-aged man roared, and the light on his body became even stronger. The entire ground was shaking as if there was an earthquake, and it was shaking rapidly. Rows of trees fell down, creating an area of tremors. The distant mountain peaks also swayed, some of them collapsing. A yellow aura gushed out and surrounded the middle-aged man. In the next moment, his appearance changed greatly. Countless hair grew out of his bronze skin. It was brownish-yellow, like the fur of a demonic beast. Soon, this sort of situation spread throughout his entire body. His robust body grew 10 meters taller, becoming even taller. Roar! The middle-aged man was like a demonic monkey as he roared into the sky. His voice was filled with a strong killing intent. Demon beast. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the other party to have such a change. Instead of replying, the middle-aged man roared furiously as he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. The middle-aged man's body changed shape. Yellow hair grew out of his body. His entire being was like a demonic ape, sinister and terrifying. He roared angrily, turned into a beam of light, and quickly rushed over. Bang! In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Lin Xian. His huge fist, covered in thick demon hair, quickly punched out. Pung pung pung. Lin Xian swung his sword continuously. Sword chi was like a continuous spring rain, forming a patch and colliding with the middle-aged man's fist. The two collided, creating a series of deafening explosions. It was as if two metals had collided. Lin Xian was surprised. The middle-aged man's strength was much stronger than before. At least he would not be sent flying by him. Not only that, the middle-aged man's sturdy body was like a treasure. He could actually resist his sword chi. No wonder he dared to come alone. He was indeed capable. However, Lin Xian was not worried. He let out a low roar and used the great dragon sword soul, greatly increasing his combat strength. Sword chi surged, and a blood-red light flashed, illuminating the entire sky. A violent and fierce aura filled the surroundings, making him look like a sword god. Whoosh! He stabbed out with his sword. Sword chi surged and turned into a blood-red waterfall, hanging upside down in the air. Sword of Summer, great waterfall. Sword chi surged, exploding with a powerful force. It quickly enveloped the middle-aged man and sent him flying. Boom! The middle-aged man's body trembled and flew out like a meteor. He crashed into a mountain peak. No wonder you could kill my clansmen. You are indeed extraordinary. The middle-aged man stood up from the ruins and shook off the rocks on his body. I have merged with the mountain monster Ape's demon soul, but I still can't break your sword chi. You are indeed powerful. The middle-aged man was very powerful. He was far from the previous elders. His martial soul was very special. It had merged with the mountain monster Ape's demon soul. It could be said to be incomparably powerful, far surpassing those of the same level. This transformation had greatly increased his battle prowess. However, he was still no match for Lin Xian in terms of combat strength. One could imagine how powerful the great dragon sword soul was. Merged with the demon soul? No wonder you became like this. You are neither human nor demon. You might as well call yourself a transvestite. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You are courting death. I will let you know the power of my martial soul. The middle-aged man's voice was sonorous and full of confidence. He shouted in a low voice, and his body expanded again. He was 10 meters tall with a green face and fangs. His entire person was no different from a demonic beast. He took a step forward, and the ground cracked. The aura on his body surged out in all directions like waves. Lin Xian frowned and slashed out with his sword. With the great dragon sword soul as the foundation, a blood dragon was formed and roared out. Boom! The blood dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws in the air. It emitted a terrifying and heavy aura, causing the entire sky to tremble. At this moment, the middle-aged man below also roared into the sky. He raised his hands high and tore the sky apart. Mountain transformation. The pair of hands turned into 2 mountains that were as heavy as 10,000 pounds and blasted into the sky. These 2 mountain peaks were too terrifying, even heavier than real mountains. They stretched across the sky, dark and oppressive, even covering the heavenly sun. A large projection appeared on the ground. It was as if there was a demonic aura. It was incomparably cold and carried with it a monstrous pressure. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. He brought the 2 mountains and collided with the roaring blood dragon in the sky. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering sound could be heard as the entire void was torn apart. The 2 mountains bombarded and were struck by the blood dragon. Terrifying cracks appeared on one of the mountains. The entire top of one of the mountains cracked open, and large amounts of gravel fell down. Those gravels splattered and landed on the ground. Each of them could pierce through the ground and create terrifying black holes. As for the blood dragon, it was also forced back by the mountains and became dim. Roar! Seeing the two mountains being shattered, the middle-aged man was furious. He roared and grabbed in all directions with both hands. Rumble! The ground cracked and countless mountains collapsed. They quickly condensed into a stone rod that was 100 meters long in the air. Boom! In the next moment, the middle-aged man held the huge stone pillar in his hand and waved it rapidly. Boom! Boom! The power was too heavy. It directly crushed the void and covered the sky like dark clouds. Clang! The staff landed directly on the blood dragon's body, blasting it into two halves. Kid, give me your life. Chapter 814. Humph, crooked. See how I'll break you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then his long sword surged, and sword qi gathered in the sky. Countless flames danced and spread in the sky, forming a vermilion bird. Lin Xian used the dragon sword soul to simulate the vermilion bird seal. Terrifying flames filled the sky and burned everything. The dragon sword soul was too powerful. This sword was even more powerful than the vermilion bird seal. It burned everything within 1,000 miles into ashes. Boom! The terrifying vermilion bird circled in the sky and collided with the huge stone pillar. Suddenly, a fiery red light burst out in the sky. It carried a blazing aura and surged in all directions. Like a volcano erupting, smoke filled the air. Heat waves filled the sky as if a volcano had collapsed. Crack! Boom! The huge stone pillar collapsed and melted. The flames quickly flew towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man let out a loud roar. Like a real demonic beast, he leaped out from the flames in the sky. With a leap, he charged towards Lin Xian. His eyes shone with a dark green light. At this moment, the light had solidified. It was like two spears that swept across the sky. Fusing with demonic souls is still a small path. A martial artist's strength lies in his heart and faith. Let me show you what it means to be a martial artist. Lin Xian roared. The long sword in his hand bloomed with a dazzling light. It was like a fiery red sun hanging in the sky. Sword of raging flames. With this sword, the concept of fire surged out and lit up the entire sky. It was like a real sun descending rapidly. Boom! In an instant, the sun-like sword light shrouded the middle-aged man. Flames and sword qi exploded in an incomparably violent manner. Ah! The middle-aged man let out a shocking scream. All the hair on his body was burning. His body began to crack like porcelain and began to shatter. No, I won't lose. He roared to the sky. He was unwilling to give up. With the flames and broken body, he charged towards Lin Xian. Star explosion. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. He stabbed out with his long sword. A ray of sword qi flew out like a meteor and instantly hit the middle-aged man's huge body. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out as the sword qi exploded, producing an intense energy shock wave that directly shattered the middle-aged man's body into pieces. The smoke dissipated and the ground was a mess. The ground was covered with broken corpses and remains, and it was scarlet red. A powerful second-rank venerable had died just like that. Using his finger as a sword, Lin Xian carved the word Lin on the ground. Then he left without looking back. This was not the first, nor would it be the last. Lin Xian released his soul power and covered the surroundings, sensing the presence of enemies. Since the other party had come to kill him, he would return the favor. Killing to stop killing, this was his method. Lin Xian killed the powerful middle-aged warrior and then turned to leave. Not long after, he met the second venerable one. That person was also a young middle-aged man. He was an expert from the Huang family. Without any hesitation, The two of them directly attacked, causing the sky and earth to dim. In the end, Lin Xian killed him. Once again, Lin Xian carved the word Lin on the ground. He took the other party's storage ring and left quickly. He used his Earth-class movement technique, and his speed was very fast. He traveled through the forest like lightning. The Wanxiang auction had already begun, and he did not want to waste any time. Finally, he met the third expert. It was an old man with a powerful aura, like an erupting volcano. His combat strength was very shocking. This old man was even more powerful than the previous two experts, and he had rich combat experience. However, in the end, he was still killed by Lin Xian. Blood stained the sky as the entire corpse was cut in half by the long sword. If the Huang and Lung families knew that they had lost so many experts, they would definitely regret it. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky, as if 3 meteors were falling from the sky. Terrifying spiritual energy surged like waves, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. In the next moment, 3 figures appeared and descended from the sky, surrounding Lin Xian in a triangle. Looking at the traces of battle and the corpse that was cut in half on the ground, the 3 experts' faces turned cold and murderous. Without further ado, the 3 of them attacked at the same time, determined to kill Lin Xian. The 3 of them were very powerful. 2 of them were experts from the Lung family, and 1 was an elder from the Huang family. The 3 of them combined their combat strength was shocking, and they sealed off all directions. In the void, a blue light shone, and a giant spearhead transformed into a dragon, charging towards him. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and its momentum was terrifying. Lin Xian used the illusory demon steps, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air as he quickly dodged the stunning attack. However, in the next moment his heart raced, and a strong sense of danger filled his heart. Using his movement technique, Lin Xian roared and moved quickly. At the same time, he used the red lotus armor to protect his body. Buzz! Streaks of red patterns appeared around him. They intertwined to form an illusory battle armor that enveloped him. At the same time, the sound of air being torn apart came from behind him. A powerful force, like that of an ancient beast, quickly bombarded the red lotus armor. The two collided with a deafening sound, and the terrifying force sent both the red lotus armor and Lin Xian flying. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian only stopped after smashing dozens of mountains. Walking out of the rubble, Lin Xian was shocked. If he had not reacted quickly and summoned the shadow of the red lotus battle armor, he would have been severely injured. The attack just now was too terrifying. Other than the red lotus armor, nothing could have withstood it. His eyes flickered and he looked up. A tall figure appeared where he had been standing. The muscles all over his body bulged like dragons. In that person's hand was a huge bronze hammer. It was the giant hammer that had sent him flying. 2 other figures stood on both sides of the burly man. One of them held a purple spear and was surrounded by a purple aura. The other was standing on a light sword, and his body was filled with terrifying sword chi. The 3 of them looked like middle-aged men. Their auras were very powerful, and they were filled with murderous intent. You do have some ability. You were able to withstand my hammer without being injured, the middle-aged man with the giant green hammer said coldly. However, even if you manage to escape this attack, you won't be able to escape death. Any last words? Hurry up and leave them. Oh, the 3 of them were cold, and their expressions were filled with confidence and power. Lin Xian drew the wind shadow sword and held it in his hand. A terrifying aura also surged from his body. They deserve to die, and so do all of you. Humph, you're still so stubborn. Today I'll take your life. The next moment, the middle-aged man in the middle attacked, and the giant green hammer in his hand smashed out quickly. The giant green hammer moved horizontally, and it grew larger in the air like a giant green mountain. He wanted to kill Lin Xian immediately, so he used all his strength in this attack. The void churned and the air cracked. Countless cracks spread in all directions. The giant green hammer was too terrifying. Just its aura alone was enough to make the earth and sky unable to withstand it. The terrifying pressure was like an ancient beast awakening. It was terrifying and powerful, and it made one's heart tremble. Chapter 8:15. Lin Xian held the hidden wind sword in his hand. Sword qi gushed out from his body like a heavenly pillar that connected heaven and earth. The surrounding mountains and earth turned into powder. Only the place where he was standing was unaffected. When the violent force entered the area he was in, it was quickly destroyed by the sword qi. The void was torn apart, and the air waves were pushed back. The green hammer quickly swept through the air, trying to smash Lin Xian into a pulp. Lin Xian only made his move when the green hammer was close to the ground. He stabbed out with his sword and slashed upwards. Sword qi flickered and shone brightly. The wind shadow sword quickly expanded into a 300-meter-long sword qi. It was like a green dragon that roared out and slammed into the green hammer. The great dragon sword soul surged and merged with the sword qi with a terrifying attack power. The sword was extremely sharp. The void trembled and the green hammer swayed, leaving a clear sword mark on the ground. Blood sword splits the sky. Lin Xian roared angrily and swung his sword again. Suddenly, the sword light surged, and the blood-red sword qi surged out like a sea of blood. In an instant, the green hammer was sent flying. It flew backward like a meteorite, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. Die. The middle-aged man was furious. He held the bronze hammer and swung it down mercilessly. Every strike created a bottomless black hole in the ground. The green hammer was vast and mighty, and it filled the entire sky. Its power could easily crush a second-rank supremacy. In an instant, the ground completely sank and cracked into countless pieces. Lin Xian was still standing on the ground and did not move. The ground around him was also intact. He held the wind shadow sword and slashed out several sword qi. Each sword qi was 300 meters long and surged like a blood-red rainbow. Although the bronze hammer was terrifying and powerful, it was completely useless against the blood-red sword qi. After a short stalemate, it was mercilessly cut open. In the sky, the sword qi was vast and mighty, like a heavenly pillar that swept across all directions. Lin Xian attacked with all his might, causing the entire sky to boil. Countless bursts of sword qi surged out from his hands, and they were several times more ferocious than before. Lin Xian slashed out several hundred times in a row. Every sword qi was as thick as a mountain and as fierce as a heavenly sword. It was extremely sharp. Tens of thousands of sword qis crisscrossed. The sword sky shattered. The entire sky was like a shattered mirror. It was incomparably terrifying. Everything within 1,000 miles was filled with blood-red sword qi. A monstrous aura of slaughter swept through everything. Bang! The bronze hammer was pushed back again and again, unable to withstand the force. The middle-aged man was even more shocked, and his pupils constricted. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. Every single one of those terrifying sword qis made him fearful. What a powerful spiritual energy! How old is he? How can he be so strong? The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. Even he wasn't able to launch so many attacks at once. But this young man was able to do so with ease. The disparity between them was obvious. This kind of person is definitely a great enemy of the family. We can't let him live. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He took out a purple elixir from his storage ring, and it quickly appeared. In the next moment, purple lines appeared on his body, spreading rapidly like demonic runes. Bang! 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 A deep sound rang out in the sky. The middle-aged man's muscles became even stronger, and his entire body expanded as if he had turned into a giant. He roared angrily, and the green hammer in his hand trembled. It quickly turned into a weapon that was 100 feet long, filling the sky. Die, you little thief! As the hammer fell, the sky lost its color, and the ground was pierced through. A huge shadow shrouded Lin Xian, and the mountains and forests within 100 miles were all destroyed. Clang! The huge bronze, demonic hammer slammed into the ground, shattering it into pieces. Lin Xian was crushed under the hammer, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ha 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 ha! The middle-aged giant looked up to the sky and laughed. His voice was like thunder, resounding in all directions. Genius martial artist? Young expert? That's all there is to it. You're still killed by my hammer. He was extremely proud, and his face was filled with arrogance. Beside him, the martial artist on the light sword also laughed. Fourth brother's sky-shaking hammer is indeed powerful. It's worthy of being a top-notch treasure that can crush everything. Not to mention that kid, even an ordinary third-level honorable realm martial artist, wouldn't dare to fight against it. The middle-aged giant laughed. Indeed, no one can survive under my sky-shaking hammer. On the other side, the Huang family elder with a spear also heaved a sigh of relief. We've finally killed that little devil. Now we can return to report on our mission. Before he could finish his sentence, the ground beneath him began to tremble. Even the mountain-like heaven-shaking hammer began to tremble as if it was being lifted up by something. Oh no, that little thief isn't dead yet. The Huang family elder's expression changed. What? He didn't die. The middle-aged giant was also stunned, and his expression was extremely ugly. He had just boasted that nothing could survive under his sky-shaking hammer, but now that kid was still alive. This caused his expression to darken. Be careful. That kid is very strange. Don't let him escape. The two martial artists beside him looked solemn, and their auras became terrifying. It's all right. The middle-aged giant said, My sky-shaking hammer is no ordinary item. That attack definitely took away half of his life. Wait for me to attack again, and I'll kill him completely. Clang! Another earth-shattering sound was heard. An entire sky-shaking hammer trembled rapidly, making a buzzing sound. Damn kid, I want you dead. The middle-aged giant was enraged. All the muscles in his body burst out, and a vast amount of energy was released. Bang! 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 Countless rays of sword chi suddenly surged out from the ground, and they were like pillars that rose from the ground. Instantly, the ground within 100 miles radiated light, and it shone in all directions. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of sword chi rushed out, turning into a rain of swords that rushed into the sky. With a bang, the sky-shaking hammer was sent flying. On top of it, there were 8 rays of red sword chi that flowed rapidly along the surface of the hammer. Explode! In an instant, the sword chi reached the middle-aged giant's hand and quickly exploded, forming a terrifying impact. Ah, damn it! The middle-aged giant did not have time to react, and his entire hand was blown up, revealing deep white bones. I'll kill you! He roared into the sky and punched out. His fist shone brightly, and it was not inferior to the sky-shaking hammer at all. Meteor beyond the heavens. Below, a ray of light flashed, and it instantly pierced through the middle-aged giant's heart. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure appeared in the sky, and he looked extremely fierce. Below, there was an additional bloody hole where the heart of the middle-aged giant was. His enormous body also fell heavily to the ground. Bang! The ground cracked, and blood gathered to form a river. This scene was too shocking. The two nearby martial artists were stunned. Just a moment ago, the arrogant middle-aged giant had died just like that. This made the two of them feel a little unreal. Buzz! In the void, the sword chi fell again, slashing at the two of them. The two of them were shocked. but they recovered from the shock and quickly dodged. They were shining brightly, and like ghosts, they ran amok in the void. Chapter 8:16. Boom! In an instant, the void was blasted apart. The terrifying force was like a demonic mountain, crashing towards the martial artist holding the purple spear. Oh no! The martial artist was shocked and hurriedly dodged. The sky-shaking hammer was a top-tier spirit-grade treasure, and it was extremely powerful. It was said to be able to shake the heavens, so one could imagine how terrifying it was. Now that it was in Lin Xian's hands, it was even more powerful. Whoosh! Although it did not hit the martial artist, the strong wind caused him to tremble. Since you're here, don't think about going back. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and roared. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he held the sky-shaking hammer and killed in all directions. Phantom sword dance! On the other side, sword chi flickered and countless light swords surged out, filling heaven and earth. The sword chi crisscrossed and split the ground. Countless three-headed martial artists were cut off and turned into powder. Bang! Lin Xian held the sky-shaking hammer and swung it out. It drew a half-moon light in the air and instantly shattered all the light swords. Then he swung his sword again with his right hand. Thunder surged and countless lightning bolts fell from the sky. They merged with the sword chi and formed the thunder-killing sword, which was extremely terrifying. He used the concept of thunder in this sword, which was powerful and violent. It was like a heavenly tribulation as it slashed towards the martial artist. The martial artist standing on the light sword condensed a 300-meter-long light sword in his hand and swung it in all directions to resist the thunder. On the other side, spear radiance flickered and charged towards Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He raised the great dragon sword soul to the extreme, and his combat strength sword. He swung his sword and cut the spear radiance that filled the sky. Then he used the concept of wind, and countless strong winds turned into wild blades that slashed towards the martial artist. Lin Xian fought against two martial artists at the same time, and he was extremely violent. The great dragon, Sword Soul, was too powerful. His combat strength was heaven-defying, and every sword strike made the martial artist spit out blood. Impossible! This is impossible! The two martial artists screamed and trembled. They could not believe that the young demon king in front of them was so powerful. The two martial artists were shocked and could not believe that they could not take down the martial artist, even if they joined forces. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the martial artist's attack power was too powerful, far exceeding that of a second-level honorable realm. Azura Evil Spike, Peerless Light Blade. The two middle-aged experts roared angrily. They exploded with powerful strength and displayed powerful martial skills, preparing to attack with all their might. Humph, let's end this. Lin Xian also let out a long howl. He held the Wind Shadow sword in his hand and slashed in the air. Gale Lightning Sword, Mountain River Cleaving Sword. A gigantic sword appeared in the sky, emitting an ancient aura. In the next moment, Lin Xian leaped into the air and swung out his golden palm, grabbing the firmament great sword in his hand. Chop! Boom! The giant sword fell, as if it was going to cut the world apart. The terrifying sword Qi shattered the opponent's martial arts technique and quickly enveloped the two of them. Ah, this is impossible. The two of them were alarmed. Their strongest attack had actually been broken, just like that. The two of them couldn't believe it. This is an Earth rank martial art. One of them screamed, Earth rank martial art. He actually has an Earth rank martial art. Boom! The giant sword fell, cleaving through mountains and rivers and splitting the earth. When the sword Qi disappeared, the two martial artists had already disappeared. Not even their corpses were left behind. The power of an Earth rank martial art was terrifying. Now that Lin Xian's cultivation had become stronger, his Earth rank martial art had also become more terrifying. Not to mention the two of them, even an ordinary third-rank honorable martial artist would find it difficult to withstand. This was the importance of a martial arts grade. Once it was related to the word earth rank, it would be superior to everyone else. This was the case for an earth rank martial art, and even more so for an earth rank artifact. However, a true earth rank artifact had not appeared for many years. This was also the reason why a half-earth rank artifact was so precious. It was an extremely powerful existence. If he had a half-earth rank artifact, Lin Xian would have been able to end the battle with one strike. After carving the word Lin on the ground, Lin Xian disappeared on the spot. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a deafening sound came from the depths of the forest. A gigantic green hammer fell from the sky and pierced through the earth. Lin Xian sprinted all the way back to Windy City. He had already killed many people, and it was time to go back. At this moment, the Wanxiang auction had already begun in Windy City. As expected of a top-notch auction, every item would drive people crazy. In a VIP room, Hong Wuji sat with an evil smile on his face. He looked down at the auction with narrowed eyes. This time he was only here for one item. That was the half-earth rank artifact, the Lone Star Sword. He was not interested in anything else for the time being. In another VIP room, the upper echelons of the Huang family were gathered. One of them had a gloomy expression. It was the Huang family's great elder. "What's wrong? The pursuers haven't returned yet?" He frowned and asked. "Not yet, but there shouldn't be any problem." The person beside him said, Let's ignore them for now. This time, we must get the Crimson Phoenix blood gold." The great elder's eyes flickered with incomparable sharpness. Outside Windy City, Lin Xian's path was blocked. Without saying anything, the two of them started fighting. In order to save time, Lin Xian directly activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and slashed out 9 shocking sword chi, killing his opponent. Until he reached the city gate, he met another person. I knew you would come back." The person sneered. "It's your bad luck to meet me. Die." He launched an attack with a terrifying martial skill. However, a streak of sword light split his attack into 2 halves. Bang! The powerful spiritual energy attack sent him flying. "What? This is impossible." "You are the 9th one." Lin Xian's expression was cold and indifferent. His body's killing intent soared to the sky. You killed them." Feeling the shocking killing intent from Lin Xian, the person's expression changed. It was too terrifying. Just the killing intent alone made his heart tremble. There was no way to fight. "No, I have to go back and inform the great elder." The person did not dare to fight anymore and quickly fled back into the city. "Want to leave? Trash." Lin Xian sneered and moved quickly into the city. "Great elder, this is bad." The person was like lightning. He moved through the void and quickly ran toward the Wanxiang auction. Boom! Behind him, Lin Xian wielded the sky-shaking hammer and struck out. The terrifying green hammer was like a mountain, covering the sky and casting a large shadow over the person. "What is that?" At this moment, everyone in the city raised their heads and saw the scene in the sky. They were so frightened that their scalps went numb. In the sky, the terrifying force surged and pressed down in all directions, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Boom! Puff! The giant hammer fell and smashed the person into a bloody mist. The person was already above the Wanxiang auction. He was only 1 step away from escaping, but he was still smashed into pieces. "Who is that? It's so terrifying." "Sky-shaking hammer. It's the sky-shaking hammer," someone exclaimed. "Isn't that the weapon of the Lung family's expert? Why is it attacking the Huang family?" Everyone was stunned. The Lung family and the Huang family were connected by marriage, so they were very close. But now, something like this had happened. It was shocking. Is there a conflict between the two families? Chapter 817. In the Windy City, the martial artists below looked up at the sky in horror. It was too terrifying. A powerful and mysterious martial artist, wielding the Lung family's treasure, smashed the Huang family's elder into meat paste. This scene shocked everyone. He's not the Lung family's expert. Who is he? The crowd raised their heads in shock. What happened? Why is the Lung family's treasure in someone else's hands? That person, could he be the scholar genius? Someone recognized Lin Xian and exclaimed, I heard that he killed the Lung and Huang families' genius martial artists and is wanted by the two families. I didn't expect him to appear now. Yeah, not only did he appear, but he's also so powerful. He killed the Huang family's elder in one move. This is a blatant provocation. I'm afraid the Huang and Lung families won't let this go. The crowd discussed excitedly. Lin Xian kept the sky-shaking hammer and descended. He then walked towards the Wanxiang auction. I'm sorry, the auction has already started. No one is allowed to enter during this period. A martial artist walked out and blocked Lin Xian's path. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but his eyes darkened. The surrounding martial artists started to discuss again. No wonder he appeared in such a hurry. He wants to participate in the auction. What a pity. Once the auction starts, you can't enter anymore. This is the rule. Yeah, I'm afraid he'll have to return empty-handed. At this time, the remaining Huang and Lung family disciples couldn't withstand Lin Xian's aura. They were so scared that they almost peed their pants. They all fled into the distance. Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he looked around. At this time, the void fluctuated. Countless rays of light shot up and pierced through the escaping martial artists. What? Someone else attacked. The crowd was shocked again. They didn't expect that other than Lin Xian, there would be someone else who dared to attack the Huang family. Boom! A tall young man landed, causing the ground to tremble. The crowd looked over and saw that the young man had a stocky build. He was abnormally tall, like an iron tower. He, young Master Xian. Dongfang. Lin Xian was stunned. He then smiled. It seemed that the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion were here. Seeing the two of them talking, the crowd cried out in surprise. The two of them actually knew each other. No wonder they dared to make a move against the Huang clan. At this time, Yu Fei and Wang Li also flew over. Older brother Xian. Lin Xian nodded and asked, Where are the others? They're all in the courtyard. However, due to time constraints, only a few came. The rest are still on their way. The distance between the Flying Tiger City and the Wind-Seeking City was not close. This time, only a few powerful cultivators had arrived. Most of the people were still on their way. Older brother Xian isn't an auction? Why don't you go in? Wang Li asked. Hey, we want to go in. No, the auction house has rules. No one is allowed to enter halfway. The auction house's cultivator said firmly. At this moment, another fluctuation came from afar. Boom, boom, boom. The void trembled as if 10,000 horses were galloping. A low and deep voice spread in all directions. Several black dots appeared in the sky. At first, they were very small, but in the blink of an eye, they arrived nearby. Roar, roar, roar. A terrifying roar rang out, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Many people looked at the sky in horror. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. There were 3 figures in the sky. They were 3 strange beasts that were shining with light. The one in the middle was a fierce white tiger with light yellow tiger stripes on its body. Its eyes were bright and it emitted a terrifying aura. On its back sat a beautiful woman. Her eyes were filled with disdain and arrogance. On both sides was a demon wolf. On the other side was a white jade demonic elephant. Its body was as big as a mountain, and it could crush the air with a casual step. 2 young men sat on each of the beasts. Their expressions were cold, and their auras were powerful. Demon General, 1-star Demon General. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. These 3 powerful demon generals were actually mounts. This was too inconceivable. One should know that a demon general was equivalent to a human honorable. They were the overlords of a region. Their dignity was inviolable. Now they were willing to be mounts. Moreover, there were 3 of them. Who were these 3 people? How could they have such a powerful background? It seems that we're late. The young man on the left chuckled. It's okay. It's not too late to go in now. The young man on the right said coldly. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 demon generals landed on the ground. Their terrifying auras formed countless gusts of wind that swept in all directions. When the 3 of them landed, the ground shook. The 3 of them did not come down. Instead, they rode the 3 demon generals and slowly walked towards the Wanxiang auction house. Are they going to enter the auction house too? The crowd was shocked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The 3 of you. The Wanxiang auction house martial artist's eyes flickered, and he hesitated. To be able to have 3 demon generals as mounts, they must be of extraordinary status. He could not afford to offend such people. Humph! The young man on the right snorted and took out a token. Hiss! The martial artist's pupils shrank, and he said, Please come in. You know what's good for you. The young man on the left nodded. Then the 3 of them waved their sleeves and kept the demon generals. Ta-ta-ta! The 3 of them walked into the auction house as if they were taking a stroll. They're in. The crowd was shocked. They did not expect the Wanxiang auction house to let them in. On the other hand, Lin Xian's face darkened. Wang Li and the rest did not look good either. They wanted to enter, but were stopped by the martial artist who told them the rules of the auction house. They were not allowed to enter halfway. But now there were 3 people who came later than them, but swaggered into the hall. This was obviously discrimination. Damn, what do you mean? Why can't we go in? And they can. Yu Fei was furious. Yes, are you looking down on us? Wang Li said coldly. You have to give us an explanation for this. Dongfang Xiong also stopped smiling. Explanation? The martial artist from the Wanxiang auction house sneered. What explanation do you want? Who are you and who are they? Let me tell you, they are disciples of the Yen family. Their status is very honorable. Yen family? Is that a big deal? So you are a country bumpkin who knows nothing. The martial artist sneered. Let me tell you, the Yen family is a subordinate force of young Master Lingfeng. Don't you think they are powerful? Young Master Lingfeng. The crowd gasped. He was one of the 4 great young masters of Tianwu. They did not expect the 3 of them to have such a background. Hearing this, Yu Fei and the rest did not look good. They were in the blood field and naturally knew about young Master Lingfeng. He was the grandson of the deputy palace master of the Palace of Aries. He was also the child of the martial honorable, who was ranked 3rd on the Blood Supreme leaderboard. His status was definitely terrifying. To be able to become his subordinate force, they were definitely powerful forces. Seeing the shocked faces of Yu Fei and the rest, the martial artist from the auction house sneered. I advise you to get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. With your status, don't even think about going in. Chapter 8:18. What if I don't? Lin Xian suddenly opened his mouth and sneered. He was furious. If the auction really had such a rule, he would not say anything. However, if they treated him differently because of his status, it would be a different matter. He would let these people know that he was not someone they could offend. Brat, I advise you not to cause any trouble at the Wanxiang auction. The cultivator sneered. Although you were able to kill the Huang family's elder with a single blow, you are nothing in the eyes of the Wanxiang auction. It's easy to kill you. How dare you? Wang Li shouted angrily. You should ask me if you dare to threaten young Master Xian. Dongfang Xiong stepped forward and emitted a powerful aura. What? You want to fight? The cultivator from the auction was disdainful. He snapped his fingers, and 5 second-rank Honorable Realm cultivators walked out from behind him. They stared at Lin Xian and the others with unfriendly expressions. "Kid, you don't have the right to fight in front of me." Seeing this, the surrounding people were shocked. "Oh my God, that kid won't really fight, right? No one with a brain would do that." The Wanxiang auction is not something the Huang family can compare to. Not only are they powerful, but they also have a terrifying force behind them. "Yeah, I heard that they are related to young Master Ling Feng." A group of people discussed, and none of them thought highly of Lin Xian. "Kid, did you hear that? Get out of here if you know what's good for you." The cultivator from the auction sneered. "With your status, you won't be able to enter." "Status?" Lin Xian laughed. "What kind of status do you want?" "What status? Don't waste your energy. Even the Huang family head would not dare to be impudent in the Wanxiang auction." The cultivator from the auction was extremely powerful. Lin Xian ignored him and turned around. "Go and call those people over." "Yes." Wang Li quickly left. "Call them." "Okay, I'll wait for you." The cultivator from the auction sneered. "If you can make me take a step back today, I'll let you in." Lin Xian ignored him and stood with his hands behind his back. "You Fei sneered, take a step back? You'll be scared to death." He really wanted to see how these people would react when they saw the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. The auction house's martial artist crossed his arms in front of his chest, a look of disdain on his face. Today he wanted to see just what kind of people the other party could summon. Putting everything else aside, there was no one in Fengwen City that the Wanxiang auction house was afraid of. The surrounding warriors were also discussing, "This guy, who is he? Who else could it be?" Even a third-layer martial highness would not dare to offend the Wanxiang auction. But looking at him, he seems to be very calm. It's like he has a card up his sleeve. Who knows? Maybe he's pretending. Everyone was discussing what Lin Xian was trying to do. At this moment, ripples appeared in the sky once again. It was like boiling water, violently boiling. What is that?" Someone raised his head and exclaimed. Countless black figures appeared on the horizon. They were different from the 3 people from before. They were not black dots, but dark clouds. Like a dark cloud, it was fast and beautiful. Boom! Boom! The sky trembled, accompanied by a vast and terrifying aura. The aura was too terrifying. It was like an ancient demon mountain, pressing down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Everyone below was pale. Their auras were tumbling, and their bodies were trembling. Many of the weaker ones directly fell to the ground. Even the second-layer martial highnesses of the Wanxiang auction house were no exception. They circulated their spiritual energy and resisted with all their might. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the dark clouds drifted and finally stopped above the Wanxiang auction house. This time, everyone saw it clearly. People, they're people. Not only were they people, but they were also experts. They were all experts. Second-layer martial highnesses. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Many of the figures in the sky were second-layer martial highnesses. There were even first-layer martial highnesses. When these people were added together, they could defy the heavens. Someone counted and found that there were a total of 50 people, all of them young martial artists. What kind of power is this? They actually have so many young experts. Everyone was stunned. This power was too strong. At least in Wind-Seeking City, no one could find so many young experts. The martial artist of the Wanxiang auction house was also shocked. He did not expect the other party to find so many experts. Damn it, who is this kid? How does he know so many young experts? Whoosh! 50 young experts descended from the sky and filled the street. Brother Xian! The 50 people moved in unison and shouted respectfully at the figure in front of them. Lin Xian nodded and turned to look in front of him. To be exact, he was looking at the people of the Wanxiang auction house. Now, do I have the right? Boom! The crowd was shocked and everyone was shocked. Brother Xian? These young experts are calling him Brother Xian? This is too shocking. Are these people the underlings of the scholar? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. At this moment, he had regained his true appearance. He was like a king looking down at the people in front of him. No, impossible. The martial artist of the Wanshan auction house was in disbelief, and he started to tremble. Not long ago he had mocked Lin Xian and said that he did not have the right to enter. Now Lin Xian was the leader of this group of young geniuses. This change was too fast, and the people of the Wanshan auction house could not accept it. Hua! Hearing Lin Xian's voice, the 50 people raised their heads and looked in front of them. Their faces were filled with anger, and their gazes were like swords converging together. These gazes converged into a torrent that surged forward and sent the people of the Wanshan auction house flying. They were too powerful. The combined force of the 50 honorables was extremely terrifying. The martial artists of the Wanshan auction house were unable to resist and were sent flying like kites. Puff! This was especially true for the cultivator who had mocked Lin Xian earlier. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood. In that instant, he had suffered an extremely serious internal injury. Lin Xian walked forward slowly and asked calmly, "Do I have the right?" His voice was not loud, but it was filled with determination. "You want the right? Fine, I'll give you the right." However, Lin Xian did not care if he could accept the right or not. Puff! The martial artist vomited blood again. He collapsed weakly and fainted. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the others. "Who among you can make the decision?" Feeling the gaze, the martial artists trembled and smiled bitterly. Although they were second-rank honorables, they could not make the decision. At this moment, a few figures flew out from the Wanshan auction house. "Who dares to cause trouble at the Wanshan auction house?" A loud voice was heard, and it was filled with endless pressure. The voice was overbearing, and it turned into an energy palm that slammed down. In his opinion, whoever dared to cause trouble at the Wanshan auction house had to be suppressed first. However, he had made a huge mistake this time. The people below were not people he could provoke. Boom! Chapter 819. An old man came out from the inner section of the Wanshan auction. He immediately attacked with his palm in an attempt to suppress the intruders. In his opinion, whoever dared to cause trouble at the Wanshan auction should be suppressed first. However, he was wrong this time. The 50 martial highnesses below were infuriated, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged upward like a deity. Bang! Without any hesitation, the palm formed by the sound wave was instantly shattered, while the old man was sent flying like a kite while vomiting blood. "Elder!" Many cultivators exclaimed and sprang into the sky. However, they were stunned when they saw the scene below. It was a terrifying scene. 50 martial highnesses gathered together, as if an ancient deity had been reborn, extremely powerful. In front of them stood a young man wearing a blue shirt, standing there like an emperor. "Who's in charge? Come out." Lin Xian's voice could be heard, spreading to the surroundings. Powerful, too powerful. The crowd was shocked, unable to believe it. In the wind-seeking city, the Wanshan auction was considered a dominating presence. No one dared to challenge it. But now, a young man was suppressing the Wanshan auction. How shocking! Soon, the people of the Wanshan auction understood what had happened. Their faces turned dark, as if they could not wait to beat the guards to death. "A bunch of trash. Are you blind? How dare you offend someone like him?" Soon, an old woman with a walking stick walked out and asked in a deep voice, "I'm in charge. What are you doing here?" "Participating in the auction." Lin Xian's voice was firm. "Sure. Please wait." The old woman said, "I'll report it now." "No need, I'll go straight in." Lin Xian shook his head and said in a cold tone, after such a long delay, half of the auction had already been completed. He was unsure if the Crimson Phoenix blood gold had been sold. Therefore, he had to enter the auction. The old woman was in a difficult position, but she let out a sigh after receiving Lin Xian's firm gaze. All right, but only 3 of you can enter. Sure. Lin Xian turned around and said, Dongfang and Yu Fei follow me. The rest of you wait here. Yes, the crowd replied. Inside the Wanxiang auction, there was a heated atmosphere. The appearance of the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold caused the entire venue to reach a new height. After many parties fought over it, it was finally won by the Huang family. Ha! The Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold is finally in my hands. Inside the VIP room, the Huang family's grand elder was overjoyed. With this, we might be able to refine a supreme-grade artifact. A supreme-grade artifact. Hearing that, the other elders of the Huang family also felt their hearts burning with excitement. Top-grade treasures were even better than top-grade treasures. They were the best of all spirit-grade treasures. That power, that value, it was second only to a half Earth-rank treasure. It was also a rare treasure. This time, the Huang family elder wanted to refine a set of inner armor, so he desperately wanted to obtain the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. All right, the auction for the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold is over. That kind of top-grade refining material is extremely rare. I'm afraid a single piece won't be enough to satisfy everyone's needs. Moreover, we only have 1 piece in our auction. However, right now there is another treasure. Its value is even above the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. I believe everyone will be interested. Even above the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold? Hearing this, the eyes of the martial artists in the auction house lit up. The Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold was a supreme-grade refining material. If there was a powerful refiner, refining a half Earth-rank treasure wouldn't be a problem. But now, there was actually something even more precious than it. Could it be that thing? Someone was excited. Yes, it must be that thing. A half Earth-rank treasure. Only a half Earth-rank treasure could surpass the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. It had to be known that although the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold was good, it wasn't easy to refine it into a half Earth-rank treasure. First, one needed to have a refiner grandmaster, and such a grandmaster refiner hadn't appeared in a long time. Therefore, in this situation, a half Earth-rank treasure was especially precious. On the crystal platform in front of them, the auction house elder smiled and said, I believe everyone has already guessed. That's right, the item being auctioned this time is a half Earth-rank treasure. Lone Star Sword. Hua! The crowd boiled over. The entire auction house fell into a frenzy. Lone Star Sword, it really is the Lone Star Sword. A half Earth-rank treasure. I never thought that I would be able to see an Earth-rank treasure in my life. Many people were excited, although they knew that such a treasure would have a sky-high price and that ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford it. In fact, even ordinary forces wouldn't be able to obtain it. But this didn't stop them from going crazy, because just being able to see it was enough. On the crystal platform, the golden-robed elder took out a treasure box and slowly opened it. Suddenly, the void trembled. A powerful and cold aura was emitted. This aura was terrifying, and it instantly swept through the entire auction house. How terrifying! Everyone was shocked. Their hearts trembled. They didn't think that just a trace of aura would be so powerful. The auctioneer took a deep breath and slowly picked it up. Suddenly, a simple long sword appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The sword was 3 feet long and light blue. It was as dazzling as a star. On the body of the sword, there were traces of mysterious flowing light. As it rotated, it emitted a terrifying aura. On the side of the sword, there were 2 ancient seals. 2 words were engraved, Lone Star. The auctioneer gently waved the sword. Suddenly, a ray of flowing sword energy gushed out. It cut through the air, and accompanying it was a shocking, baleful aura. Ka! The air couldn't withstand it and shattered. This was just a normal attack. It didn't contain any spiritual power. One could imagine how terrifying it was. If it was swung at full strength, it would probably be able to cut through the entire auction house. After a slight movement, The auctioneer put down the Lone Star sword and then closed the treasure box. We've asked countless blacksmiths to examine this Lone Star sword. It's definitely a half-Earth-rank treasure. Moreover, I'm sure everyone has seen its power. It can't be fake. All right, let's begin the auction. Half-Earth-rank treasure, Lone Star sword. The starting price is 100 million mid-grade spiritual stones. Each increment must be no less than 10 million mid-grade spiritual stones. 100 million. Everyone gasped. Their eyes were filled with madness. This number was an astronomical figure for ordinary martial artists. They could only look up to it. As expected of a half-Earth-rank treasure, it was indeed heaven-defying. 200 million. A faint voice sounded, shocking everyone. Fuck, who is this? He doubled the price in an instant. What a big deal, what a big deal. That voice came from VIP room 6. Could it be Hong Wuji from Red Leaf Valley? Yes, it must be him. Only he would be so arrogant. He doubled the price right away. In VIP room 6, Hong Wuji sat up straight. His eyes were shining as he stared at the crystal platform below. Lone Star sword. He had waited for so long. He hadn't made a move in the previous auctions because he was waiting for the Lone Star sword. Chapter 820. 200 million. Hong Wuji shouted out the price and looked down with a fiery gaze. He knew that this price couldn't scare off those who really wanted the Lone Star sword, but he had to show a strong attitude. That was the arrogance of the Red Leaf Valley. Sure enough, the price of 200 million shocked the crowd of martial artists below. But soon, someone called out a price. 210 million. 220 million. Soon, bids came from all the VIP rooms, and the price of the Lone Star sword rose to 250 million. The crowd below was shocked. They could only look up at such a price, but the tense atmosphere made their blood boil. 270 million. Suddenly, a low voice rang out, bringing with it a vast amount of pressure. This aura, could it be a third-level honorable? Many people were shocked. The sharp sword intent in the sky made them unable to raise their heads. Honorable Maniac sword. It's Honorable Maniac sword. Many people in the VIP rooms exclaimed. Clearly, they were surprised by the identity of the bidder. Honorables were very powerful. But there was another type of honorable that was even more powerful, and that was the titled honorable. These people were extremely powerful, even among the honorables. Honorable Maniac sword was such a martial artist. He was a third-level honorable, and because of his powerful sword techniques and terrifying combat strength, he was called Honorable Maniac sword. I didn't expect Honorable Maniac sword to come too. Yeah, looks like it's going to be more interesting this time. Honorable Maniac sword is not only powerful, but he also has a violent temper. If he doesn't get the Lone Star sword this time, he'll probably go crazy. Many people discussed, and some martial artists gave up bidding because of Honorable Maniac sword's words. However, not everyone was afraid of Honorable Maniac sword. In front of such a half-Earth class treasure, everyone was even more crazy. At least Hong Wuji didn't care. 300 million. His eyes were fanatical as he stared at the crystal platform below. The Lone Star sword must be mine. With the Red Leaf Valley behind him and his own strength, Hong Wuji wasn't afraid of Honorable Maniac's sword, even though he couldn't beat him. Therefore, he immediately raised the price after Honorable Maniac sword made his bid. Wow! Red Leaf Valley made another bid. How arrogant! Yeah, he doesn't even take Venerable Maniac's sword seriously. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Hong Wuji to be so bold. The Maniac sword Venerable also snorted coldly in VIP room number 3. He stood proudly, and his entire body was filled with an unyielding aura. 330 million. He bid again. 340 million. Other than Hong Wuji, there were other experts who bid. No one could remain rational in the face of such a treasure. The Huang family, the Lung family, and the other families were also bidding. Although he knew that they wouldn't be able to obtain this item, they still knew how to secretly raise the price. However, when the price reached 400 million, these families gave up. They had already raised the price a lot. If they continued, they would be targeted. Now, only the experts outside the Wind City were still persisting. Among them, the frenzied Sword Highness and Hong Wuji were competing fiercely. Apart from them, there were a few others who did not speak much, but each time they did, it was shocking. 400 million! In a VIP room, a young man with a cold face spoke. Apart from him, there was also a frivolous young man and a beautiful woman. The three of them were the three disciples of the Yen family who had entered earlier. It seemed that they were also here for the Lone Star Sword. Hearing the bid, the crowd was shocked again. This was because the voice sounded very young, and they could tell that it was a young man. For a young martial artist to bid such a price, it was obvious that he had an extraordinary background. Hong Wuji also frowned. He did not expect that there would be another young martial artist who dared to bid other than him. He sneered and shouted again, "For 120 million! For 130 million! For 150 million!" The two of them competed, and neither of them gave in. The smell of gunpowder was strong. "Who is this guy? How dare he compete with us?" The cold young man frowned. As a disciple of the Yen family, even the Vientiane auction had to give him face. Now that someone dared to compete with them, it was a blatant provocation. Hong Wuji was also furious. As a disciple of the Red Leaf Valley, arrogance and haughtiness had always been his style. Now that someone dared to compete with him, he could not tolerate it. Therefore he bid again. Apart from that, a middle-aged beauty and a mysterious old man bid and competed with each other. In an instant, the smell of gunpowder was strong, and the atmosphere in the auction house was extremely tense. 500 million. Honorable Maniac Sword spoke again, and everyone's eyelids twitched. 550 million. Hong Wuji did not back down, and he quickly bid. Silence, absolute silence. Many people gave up bidding, as the price had stopped most of them. Even the disciples of the Yen family frowned, as the price made them hesitate. "I would like to see who dares to be so arrogant." The cold young man snorted. "Someone dares to compete with us in Wind-Seeking City. He's courting death." "All right, stop bidding. We'll play it by ear." At this moment, the beautiful woman spoke. "Kid, this sword is very important to me. Can you give it to me? I'll compensate you." Honorable Maniac Sword said in a deep voice. "I don't lack anything. I just want this sword." Hong Wuji rejected on the spot. "Humph. In VIP room 3, Honorable Maniac Sword snorted, and his face turned gloomy. A flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes, and it was like a sword radiance. He did not bid, but a cold smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he wanted to kill Hong Wuji. In the Blood Realm, it was common to kill and steal. Although Hong Wuji was from the Red Leaf Valley, he was willing to do anything for the half-Earth rank artifact. As long as he got the Lone Star Sword, his strength would increase greatly. Moreover, in the Blood Realm, Red Leaf Valley might not be able to do anything to him. Therefore, he decided to kill Hong Wuji in an instant. Honorable Maniac Sword did not say anything, and the others did not bid either. Perhaps they had the same idea as Honorable Maniac Sword. But no matter what, the whole place was eerily quiet. Everyone was shocked, as they did not expect that even Honorable Maniac Sword could not compete with Hong Wuji. Hong Wuji, on the other hand, was excited. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Finally, after such a long time, he got the Lone Star Sword. 550 million, anyone else? The auctioneer asked. Seeing that no one answered, he slowly said, 550 million going once, 550 million going twice, 550 million going thrice. Deal! Before the word deal could be shouted, the auction house's door was suddenly opened with a bang. Then a powerful aura and blazing light rushed in, causing the whole auction house to fall into a frenzy. Everyone turned to look. 1 billion. Chapter 8:21. The person in the lead was a young man in a blue shirt. He had a handsome face and a sharp gaze. He walked over quickly with a supreme aura. "I'll bid 1 billion. 1 billion." The crowd was shocked and could not believe it. Even the auctioneer was stunned. On one hand, he was shocked by the person's bid. On the other hand, someone who could enter the auction in the middle of the auction must have an extraordinary status. "Humph! You'll lose your life if you make a false bid." A cold voice was heard. Many people sneered in disbelief. After all, 1 billion spiritual stones was an astronomical figure. Boom! 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 Boxes of spiritual stones flew out from the storage ring and filled the hall. Each box was shining brightly and made the void tremble. Soon, the entire sky was filled with spiritual stones. "Do you think I'll lie?" Lin Xian said disdainfully. The martial artist who mocked him earlier was speechless and snorted angrily. The others were shocked and dumbfounded. It was too shocking. It was the first time they had seen so many spiritual stones. Although Hong Wuji had bid 500 million, it was just a number, and the crowd did not have a clear idea of it. Now the sky was filled with spiritual stones, and there were even more spiritual stones flying out from the storage ring. The scene was too shocking and unforgettable. "Is it enough? Do you want me to take out all the spiritual stones?" Lin Xian stood in the middle of the hall and said calmly, "Yes, it's enough." The auctioneer took a deep breath and smiled warmly. "Sir, please keep the spiritual stones. If the auction is successful, someone will come to receive you." The auctioneer's attitude was completely different from before. Lin Xian nodded and waved his sleeve, collecting the spirit stones that filled the sky. He did not go to the VIP room. Instead, he found a place to sit with Dongfang Xiong and the other two. The auctioneer took a deep breath and said loudly, 1 billion spiritual stones. "Sir, you've bid 1 billion spiritual stones. Are there any more bids?" Hearing that, the crowd fell silent. Even the forces in the VIP room did not make a sound. Hong Wuji looked down, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. He had already stood up from the soft chair and walked to the front of the crystal, staring down. His body trembled slightly. A terrifying aura and sword intent filled the air and froze the entire space. "It's him." Hong Wuji frowned. He naturally recognized Lin Xian, but he did not expect him to be able to take out so many spiritual stones. "Young master, what should we do?" At the back, the young woman with an oval face asked. "This kid dares to fight with young master for something. He's really reckless." "Why don't I go and kill him now?" "Reckless? Humph." Hong Wuji laughed, his face carrying a hint of evil charm. "You're right. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Just ignore him and let him bid. He'll soon know that the Lone Star Sword isn't something that can be bought with money." His words were filled with intense killing intent. It was obvious that he wanted to kill. Not only him, but the other experts who were bidding were also sneering. In VIP room number 3, Venerable Maniac Sword's eyes were filled with killing intent. He couldn't help but laugh wildly. Previously, he had been somewhat worried about losing to Hong Wuji in the bidding. After all, Hong Wuji was a member of Red Leaf Valley and had a special status. If he were to kill Hong Wuji, the consequences would be severe. However, things were different now. He didn't know this young man who was bidding. Even the others didn't know him. This meant that the other party didn't have a strong background and was just rich. For such a person, it was fine to kill him. He posed no threat. "Hee, it seems like the Lone Star Sword is destined to be mine." Venerable Maniac Sword sneered and sat down. Now, he just had to wait for the transaction to end. For a moment, countless pairs of eyes stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian naturally knew. However, even if he were to buy it, secretly he would be discovered. After all, such a precious artifact would attract everyone's attention. It was impossible to take it away without anyone noticing. Rather than that, he might as well take it openly. At least he could intimidate some martial artists who didn't know the truth. Moreover, he had 50 members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. He was confident that he could bring the Lone Star Sword out. 1 billion going once. 1 billion spiritual stones going twice. The auctioneer said twice. He was overjoyed. This price was twice as high as the previous price. It was far beyond his expectations. 1 billion spiritual stones going thrice. Sold. A loud voice resounded throughout the auction hall. Countless people cried out in shock. They couldn't believe it. Exciting, too exciting. This was probably the highest bid in the Vientiane auction in the past few decades. When he heard the auctioneer's voice, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He was late, so the Crimson Phoenix blood gold had already been sold. If he wasn't strong enough, he might have even missed the Lone Star Sword. The current situation wasn't too bad. He just had to find out the whereabouts of the Crimson Phoenix blood gold. He would leave this matter to Yu Fei. As the Lone Star Sword was sold, the auction came to an end. The martial artists who had won the bid all stood up and walked backstage. Lin Xian also stood up and walked backstage. Just as he moved, he felt countless gazes on him. Some of them were extremely arrogant. The killing intent in their eyes was not concealed at all. Humph. Do these people really think that I'm easy to bully? Lin Xian sneered in his heart and walked forward. Hong Wuji was even more arrogant. He walked directly in front of Su Mo and exuded a strong killing intent. The killing intent was so strong that it froze the entire space. A sharp aura surged towards Lin Xian. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Xian's gaze was like a sword that pierced forward. It was extremely sharp and was comparable to a weapon. When the two collided, a deep sound was heard. The energy fluctuations caused the entire space to tremble. The crowd was shocked. They knew that the Lone Star Sword wouldn't be obtained so easily, but they didn't expect someone to make a move now. Boom! Seeing that someone was making a move, Dong Fangxiong also stood out. A terrifying aura surged from his body, like a demonic mountain that covered the entire area. You want to fight? I'll take you on. However, Lin Xian reached out and stopped him. The most important thing now was to obtain the Lone Star Sword. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to fight. Lin Xian ignored them. He turned around and quickly walked back. Looking at his back, many people sneered. The killing intent in their eyes was undisguised. Lin Xian went backstage, and there was a special envoy to receive him. Soon he saw the auctioneer. Young master, this is the Lone Star Sword. The auctioneer was an old man in a golden robe. He flipped his palm and took out a treasure box. Then, the old man looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian nodded and threw out 3 storage rings. 1 billion spiritual stones was too much. 1 storage ring couldn't contain all of them. The old man in the golden robe took the storage rings and checked them with his soul power. He then smiled in satisfaction. 1 billion spiritual stones, not one less. Chapter 822. Now the Lone Star Sword belongs to you. Lin Xian took a deep breath and took the square treasure box. Then he slowly opened it. An ancient long sword lay quietly in the treasure box, emitting a cold light. It was like a star in the sky, shining in solitude. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed the hilt. He immediately felt a cold sharpness and a crazy sword intent. He knew that the sword had gained sentience. This was an instinctive resistance. With a light snort, Lin Xian also had a sword intent in his body, which he quickly injected into the Lone Star Sword. Boom! The two forces collided and were in a stalemate. However, in the next moment, the dragon's sword spirit erupted and pounced into the Lone Star Sword like an angry dragon. Buzz! The Lone Star Sword trembled as if it had come alive. It emitted a terrifying light, and the sharpness was several times stronger than before. So powerful! Lin Xian praised. Holding the Lone Star Sword, he felt like he controlled the world. It was a mysterious feeling, as if he was one with the sword. It was intoxicating. Beside him, the auctioneer was even more shocked. It was really shocking to be able to subdue a half-Earth-rank treasure so quickly. One had to know that he could only activate it and could not subdue it at all. Lin Xian did not put away the Lone Star sword. Instead, he took out the black scabbard and slowly inserted it. Then his spiritual power turned into threads, and he carried the ancient sword on his back. Goodbye. Lin Xian turned around and walked out. Outside the backstage, countless people gathered. Their eyes were emitting a terrifying light that flickered coldly from time to time. They were waiting for Lin Xian to come out. He's here, someone whispered. Immediately, everyone looked forward. They saw a young man in a blue shirt slowly walking out of the passage. On his back, there was an ancient sword. His entire person was like a divine sword that was unstoppable. The Lone Star sword. Countless people exclaimed, their eyes burning with passion. In the distance, the onlooking martial artists were even more shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to carry the Lone Star sword on his back without hiding it at all. How confident must he be to dare to do so? At least you know your place. You know that you can't keep your treasured sword, so you might as well not hide it anymore. Someone sneered. Brat, hand over the sword and I won't kill you. The Lone Star sword isn't something you can take. Cold gazes fell on Lin Xian as if they wanted to pierce through him. Lin Xian snorted coldly and swept his gaze across the area. His gaze was like a sharp sword that streaked across the air. Ding ding wong wong wong. Many people retreated, their faces pale. Their eyes were filled with shock. The other party had actually forced them to retreat with a single glance. The other people's expressions changed as well. Their opponent's strength was beyond their imagination. However, Hong Wuji, the Maniac Sword Highness, and the others simply let out hollow laughs. The gaze was not enough to scare them off. Everyone, fighting is prohibited in the auction. The golden-robed elder walked out and said with a grave expression, although the Wanxiang auction house had a huge influence in the city, it was inevitable that these people would go crazy when faced with a half-Earth rank artifact. Therefore, it was better to warn them in advance. Elder Jean, don't worry, we won't fight here. Some martial artists expressed their stance. Brett, let's go. A man with a goatee said coldly. Soon after, the crowd opened up a path. Let's go. Lin Xian called out to Dong Fangxiong and Yu Fei before walking out. He's courting death. He actually dares to go out. If I were him, I'd hide here for the rest of my life. Yeah, in such a situation, he'll die if he goes out. A group of people discussed among themselves. They felt that Lin Xian was too foolish and that he would be courting death if he went out. Yu Fei sneered when he heard the discussion. If these people knew how many people were waiting for them outside, would they cry? Ta ta ta! Lin Xian's footsteps were steady as he walked towards the exit. The people behind him became nervous. Many of them secretly circulated their spiritual energy and pulled out their artifacts, preparing to attack. They decided that they would act as soon as Lin Xian stepped out of the door. This was a crucial moment. Whoever could obtain the sword first and leave safely would have a meteoric rise. The space froze and the atmosphere was tense. Everyone's eyes flickered as they stared at Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian finally stepped out of the auction house's door. Attack! Countless people exclaimed as their spiritual energy erupted and surged forward. Brother Xian! The light gradually grew brighter as orderly shouts came from outside. It was as if an army was marching, shocking everyone. Those voices condensed into a force that blasted in all directions. Uft! Dozens of figures spat out blood and were sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. These people crashed into the nearby buildings and let out a low sound. Those martial artists who didn't make a move were also affected, and their faces turned pale. What? Everyone was stunned when they saw the situation in front of them. In front of them, 50 young men looked at Lin Xian respectfully. Their auras were powerful, and they all had the pressure of a supremacy. Supremacies, 50 supremacies. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, not daring to believe it. There were 50 supremacies waiting to protect Lin Xian. No wonder he wasn't afraid. He had such a trump card. Even powerful warriors like Hong Wuji and Maniac, sword supremacy, had their pupils constricted. Although they were powerful, they couldn't handle 50 supremacies at the same time. Moreover, there was an expert like Lin Xian among them. For a moment, the scene became incomparably silent. "Snatch it! Why aren't you snatching it?" Yu Fei sneered as he looked around. Weren't they all arrogant before? Why were they all terrified now? He was furious. Just now at the auction house, these people acted high and mighty as if they were going to eat them. That kind of atmosphere made him extremely unhappy. So now he wanted to vent his anger. Bringing 10 supremacies with him, Yu Fei arrived at the injured martial artists. "Aren't you guys very arrogant? You dare to snatch Brother Xian's treasured sword?" "What? They dare to snatch Brother Xian's things." The disciples of the Dragon's Sword Pavilion became anxious when they heard this. All of them looked at those people with fire in their eyes. Bang! One of them flew up and kicked a martial artist, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Yu Fei arrived in front of the martial artist with the goatee, raised his palm, and ruthlessly slapped him a few times. Pa pa pa! Soon, that martial artist turned into a pig's head. None of the martial artists who made a move were spared. They were all beaten up. The others also didn't dare to make a move. What a joke! Who could beat 50 supremacies? Let's go together. I don't believe that we can't beat them. Someone was secretly instigating. Humph! Lin Xian's gaze focused. He raised his hand and slashed out a ray of sword qi, instantly sending the person hiding in the dark flying. "Whoever wants to make a move, I'll accompany you to the end." His gaze looked around with an endless, domineering aura. No one made a move. Many of the weaker martial artists retreated. However, not everyone had this kind of rationality. Many people were blinded by the treasures. Chapter 8:23. "Wait, who allowed you to leave?" A cold voice sounded. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and turned around. Whoosh! Wherever he looked, the crowd immediately dispersed. No one dared to stand. However, 3 silhouettes remained unmoved and continued to stand there. 2 men and 1 woman. They were handsome and had powerful auras. "It's them, the disciples of the Yen family," someone exclaimed. They did not expect the disciples of the Yen family to make a move. Lin Xian also frowned. He had seen these 3 people before. Not long ago, the 3 of them had swaggered into the auction hall right in front of him. At that time, he knew that they were disciples of the Yen family. However, he did not expect them to make a move now. The youth on the left had an evil smile and a cynical look. He stared at Lin Xian and said with a smile, "Since you have obtained the treasured sword, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you take it out and let everyone see?" The cold youth on the right snorted, "Why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him." "But he only has 1 head. Are you going to kill him, or should I?" The evil youth, Yen Chong, laughed. "That's easy. We'll attack at the same time. Whoever kills him first will get the Lone Star Sword." The cold youth, Yen Ling, said, "That's a good idea. I like it." The evil youth, Yen Chong, nodded. "However, his storage ring will be mine. I guess there should be a lot of good stuff inside." "Sure." The cold youth, Yen Ling, did not refute. The 2 of them conversed as if Lin Xian was prey waiting to be slaughtered at any time. In their opinion, only the disciples of the Yen family were worthy of possessing a peerless treasure like the Lone Star Sword. No one else was worthy of it. Hearing their words, the disciples of the Dragon's Sword Pavilion trembled with anger. Their eyes were filled with anger. "Brother Xian, let me kill them." Wang Li gritted his teeth and said, "No need. I'll do it myself." Lin Xian stopped them and said in a deep voice. His eyes flashed with a cold light and a murderous intent. He had spent 1 billion spirit stones to buy the Lone Star Sword. There was only one outcome for anyone who dared to target him. That was death. Lin Xian's body surged with killing intent, like a killing sword, surging towards the sky. However, this did not frighten the Yen clan's disciples. Instead, it aroused their disdain. "Kid, I'll let you know that you don't deserve to have the Lone Star Sword." The evil-looking youth, Yen Chong, laughed nastily. "Only the genius disciples of our Yen clan are worthy of it." The cold young man's eyes carried a trace of disdain. The two of them were like 2 bolts of lightning rushing over quickly. Whoosh! The evil-looking young man attacked. His body was like a ghost. Wherever he passed, grayish-white petals would fall. Those flower petals spun about, slicing through space, incomparably sharp. On the other side, the cold-faced youth attacked as well. A piercing chill spread out and filled the entire space. Accompanying it was a terrifying, murderous aura. The two of them flew through the air, creating a terrifying aura as they charged forward. It was like a mountain flood or a tsunami. A god of death had descended. The entire earth was shaking, and many buildings in the distance were destroyed beyond recognition by the overflowing aura. How terrifying! Everyone was shocked. The two of them were like gods, emotionless and terrifying. It was chilling. Both of them were top young geniuses. Individually, they could crush a group of people. Now that they were together, they were definitely the most terrifying force. In the distance, everyone was trembling. Many of them broke out in cold sweat, and their clothes were soaked. This terrifying aura was not something they could contend against. The sharp and terrifying aura was still spreading out. Everyone's hearts were trembling more and more. They could not help but worry for Lin Xian. "I'm afraid that Lin Xian is in danger. He can't resist the joint attack of 2 peerless geniuses. Why do the 2 of them have to attack? I think one of them can kill him." As expected, the Lone Star Sword is not that easy to obtain. Not only does it require money, but it also requires strength to keep it. The surrounding martial artists who wanted to snatch the sword sneered. In their opinion, Lin Xian was only relying on the strength of the team behind him. If it was a one-on-one battle, any one of them would be able to kill him. But Lin Xian was stupid enough to fight the Yen family's genius alone. He was courting death. At this moment, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Feeling the cold aura in the air, Lin Xian's expression was cold. The sword intent on his body became more dignified. It was like a peerless divine sword that was slowly unsheathed. "Die!" A cold voice rang out. Then, a terrifying sword qi cut through the void and slashed towards Lin Xian. That sword qi was incomparably dazzling. It was like a silver snake dancing. The sword light swam and tore through the void in an instant. Kid die. On the other side, the evil youth Yen Chong also slashed over with a petal-like sword qi. The 2 terrifying sword qis intertwined. It was vast and terrifying. "Destroy!" Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The sword intent on his body suddenly exploded, and an invisible wave of qi spread out in all directions. At this moment, a huge sword qi pierced through the clouds, connecting the heaven and earth. This sword was too powerful. It was as if it could split the heaven and earth. That terrifying, murderous aura caused everyone to tremble. The evil youth Yen Chong and the cold-looking youth Yen Ling were equally shocked. They looked at the scene in disbelief. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. He might even be stronger than them. "This is impossible." The 2 of them screamed in their hearts. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian turned into a sword radiance and rushed towards the 2 of them. In an instant, the dazzling sword qi in the air was cut apart. It was like a piece of cloth that was mercilessly torn apart. An even more terrifying blood-red sword qi swept across and instantly slashed the cold-looking youth. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard. Blood splattered, and the entire space was dyed red. Everyone's heart trembled. They quickly looked over and saw the cold-looking youth's body split into two from the middle. What was even more strange was that the blood that gushed out quickly gathered in the air and formed a blood-red sword. It was scarlet and had a monstrous, murderous aura. What? He's dead! Everyone was shocked. They did not expect the arrogant and powerful genius of the Yen family to be killed in one move. A wave of fear spread through the crowd. Those martial artists who were eyeing the Lone Star sword were even more horrified. Many of them trembled and gave up on the thought of snatching the sword. They did not think that they were stronger than the cold-looking youth Yanling. Since Lin Xian could kill Yanling in one move, killing them would be as easy as slaughtering dogs. Although a half-Earth-class treasure sword was good, one needed to be alive to enjoy it. In an instant, half of the people had the thought of retreating. They did not dare to be enemies with Lin Xian. Impossible, this is impossible. The evil youth Yen Chang's face changed drastically. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The person he regarded as an ant had killed his comrade in one move. This scene was too shocking. He could not accept it. After killing Yanling in one move, Lin Xian did not have any expression. He turned his eyes and stared at Yen Chong. "You, what are you trying to do?" Chapter 824. Kid, I'm warning you. I'm a disciple of the Yen family. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. Yen Chong had lost the courage to attack. He could only use his family's identity to suppress Lin Xian. However, in front of others, that insufferably arrogant identity of a disciple of the Yen family was nothing in front of Lin Xian. A disciple of the Yen family? Lin Xian sneered. I've already killed a disciple of the Yen family. Do you think the Yen family will reconcile with me? Since I've already offended them, what's the difference between killing one or two? Lin Xian's face was cold. He had no intention of letting the other party go. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze and the cold, murderous aura, the evil youth's heart sank. He knew that no matter what, Lin Xian would not let him go. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. Why did he have to be the first one to intercept Lin Xian? If they had waited for a moment for someone else to make a move, they would have known how terrifying Lin Xian was. Perhaps they would not have made a move. But now it was too late. Thinking of this, the evil youth roared. Once again, a powerful aura exploded from his body. Endless spiritual qi surged out like a torrential sea. It's not that easy to kill me. His black hair fluttered in the wind, making him look extremely evil. Countless grayish-white petals spun around him, forming a demonic sword aura. You were able to succeed just now because we were careless. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to kill Yanling in one move. The evil youth calmed down, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. Indeed, the two of them had not taken Lin Xian seriously. Therefore, although their attacks were terrifying, they were only ordinary attacks. In his opinion, they must have underestimated their opponent. Now that he had summoned his martial soul, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian in one move. At this thought, confidence returned to his eyes, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. This time, I won't give you a chance. I'll go all out and kill you in one move. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a sword sage. He did not use the Lone Star sword on his back. Instead, he waved his arm and controlled the blood-red long sword in the sky. You're courting death. Oh, the evil young man roared. His black hair fluttered in the wind as it transformed into a terrifying sword qi that quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. Behind him, a grayish-white, snake-shaped long sword was formed, emitting a terrifying aura. Die, brat! This time, he unleashed his martial soul with all his might. His combat strength was several times stronger than before. However, the other party dared to look down on him. using only his arm to control the blood sword in the sky. This kind of casual attitude made him go crazy. "Just you wait. You will pay the price for your insolence." The demonic youth, Yen Chong, had a ferocious expression on his face. He swore that he would definitely behead Lin Xian with this strike. Boom! The entire void trembled. The originally clear sky was now filled with countless blood-red auras, forming a sea of blood. The sea of blood surged, releasing rumbling sounds. That aura made one's heart tremble. In the middle of the blood sea, there was a blood-red long sword. It was demonic and scarlet, and it emitted a monstrous killing aura. Under the guidance of Lin Xian's arm, the terrifying blood-red killing sword turned into a bolt of lightning and slashed downwards. In the next instant, it collided with the evil young man, Yen Chong. Rumble! Oppressive and terrifying sounds spread in all directions, and waves of berserk energy poured down in torrents. There were countless blood-red sword chi in the energy, which was like a blood-red river that swept across all directions. It was a terrifying sight. Yen Chong was completely surrounded by the blood-red sword chi. Looking at the terrifying scene in the sky, the crowd trembled and gasped. It was too terrifying and shocking. They did not expect Lin Xian's casual strike to create such a terrifying aura. They wondered if Yen Chong could withstand it. In the distance, Hong Wuji, Honorable Maniac Sword, and the rest frowned. Every time Lin Xian attacked, he would become stronger. It was as though his combat strength was limitless. The situation made them look grave and uneasy. It seemed that it would not be easy to snatch the Lone Star sword from Lin Xian. The crowd had different expressions. At that moment, the blood-red sword chi in the sky gradually disappeared. The crowd held their breaths and looked up. They wanted to know if the evil young man, Yen Chong, had withstood the attack. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. The sky became clear again. However, Yen Chong was nowhere to be seen. It was as though he had evaporated and disappeared into thin air. Could he have dodged it? Someone looked around in confusion. Yes, he must have dodged it. Below, the last disciple of the Yen family, the beautiful lady, gripped the corner of her clothes nervously. She looked uneasy and kept comforting herself. However, after a long time, Yen Chong's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Could he have been killed? Not even the bones are left? Finally, someone voiced out such a question. Like a plague, this idea quickly spread among the crowd and was finally accepted. Countless people stared blankly at the sky, speechless. Their hearts were numb. The young man in front of them was too mysterious and too powerful. He had killed the genius of the Yen family with just a casual strike. In the distance, the last girl in purple from the Yen family screamed. Her body trembled and her face was full of horror. You're dead. You killed the genius of the Yen family. No one can save you. The girl in purple screamed. The genius of the Yen family? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. How can such a person be called a genius? In my opinion, he's worse than trash. The crowd was silent and agreed with Lin Xian's words. Perhaps in the eyes of the crowd, Yen Chong and Yen Chong were peerless geniuses. However, in the eyes of Lin Xian, they were worthless. Otherwise, how could a true peerless genius be killed in a single strike? Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly walked forward. What do you want? The girl in purple was so scared that her face turned pale. She no longer had her previous arrogance. The reason why they were so arrogant before was because the three of them were powerful and had extraordinary statuses. They could crush everything. Now, their strength and statuses were worthless in the eyes of Lin Xian. They had lost the right to be arrogant. If you dare come over, I'll kill you. The girl in purple had a sinister look on her face. She quickly threw out several weapons. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 flying swords flew out. Each of them was a foot long and emitted a cold light. They quickly pierced through the void and slashed at Lin Xian. Ka ka ka! Lin Xian waved his sleeve and put away the 3 blue short swords. Then he walked forward without changing his pace. "Save me! Jean Bo, save me!" The girl in purple screamed. In the next moment, a sigh was heard. Suddenly, a golden light shone and quickly condensed into a figure. It was an old man. He was the auctioneer who had hosted the auction. Chapter 8:25. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. It was rumored that young Master Ling Yin was behind the Wanxiang auction. No one believed it at first, but now it seemed like it was most likely true. Otherwise, a neutral force like the Wanxiang auction would not interfere with the underworld's grudges. Lin Xian's face darkened. He did not expect the auction to interfere. However, since he had made up his mind to kill, he would not change it. "I have no grudges with the Wanxiang auction. I hope you won't interfere. As for the Yen family disciples, they were so arrogant when they wanted to kill me. Do you think I let them go?" Lin Xian shook his head. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified. "If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude." The elder in the golden robe snorted. The Wanxiang auction was so prestigious that no one dared to provoke them. However, there was someone who dared not disrespect them. To the elder in the golden robe, Lin Xian was too arrogant. However, he had forgotten that it was the 3 Yen family disciples who were arrogant and wanted to kill Lin Xian. They were the ones who wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. Their actions were despicable. However, they were not as strong and did not succeed. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed by the Yen family disciples. Seeing that Lin Xian did not give him face, the elder in the golden robe snorted. He quickly waved his hand and prepared to attack. Streaks of golden ripples shone like dragons as they circled around the golden-robed elder at high speed. In the next moment, he punched out. A terrifying force surged out, accompanied by 9 golden dragons. On the other hand, Lin Xian sneered as he executed his earth-rank movement technique, and he transformed into a string of afterimages that instantly vanished. At the same time, he waved his fingers and shot out the 3 flying swords he had collected earlier. The 9 ferocious golden dragons missed and tore the void apart. The 3 flying swords were like lightning, instantly hitting the purple lady behind the elder in the golden robe. The purple lady could only let out a scream before she was pierced by the 3 flying swords and pinned to the building behind her. "Kid, you're courting death." The elder in the golden robe was trembling with anger. He had already expressed his stance and wanted to protect the purple lady. However, the purple lady died in front of him after a short while. Face slapping. This was a blatant slap to the face. The golden-robed old man had a sinister look in his eyes as a terrifying aura emanated from his body. To be honest, he didn't care about the woman in purple's life or death. After all, they were merely allies with the Yen clan. It wasn't to the point where he had to risk his life for her. However, as an elder of the Wanxiang auction house, he could not tolerate the arrogant attitude of the other party. He did not put him in his eyes at all. He could ignore the purple-clothed girl's death, but he couldn't allow her to slap his face in public. "Brat, you are very arrogant. No one has ever dared to go against the Wanxiang auction." The golden-robed old man's voice was cold and gloomy, emitting a terrifying, murderous aura. Behind him, countless Wanxiang auction house martial artists quickly gathered, competing in numbers. Dong Fangxiong sneered and strode out. His entire being was like an iron tower, causing the earth to tremble. Boom! The 50 members of the Dragon's Sword Pavilion behind Lin Xian also took a step forward, and a terrifying aura rose from each of them. 50 powerful auras gathered together, suppressing everything. This power was too shocking, and it immediately intimidated the people of the Wanxiang auction house. The golden-robed old man's eyes were sinister, and his face was terrifyingly dark. Although the other party didn't have as many people as they did, every one of them was an elite genius that could suppress anyone. If a fight really broke out, the Wanxiang auction house would definitely suffer heavy losses. He was only an elder of the Wanxiang auction house, and he couldn't bear the consequences. Originally, he wanted to use his power to suppress the other party, but he didn't expect that the other party would easily neutralize his attack and even counterattack. This sullen feeling made the golden-robed old man want to vomit blood. For a moment, the golden-robed old man and the Wanxiang auction house martial artists behind him were in a dilemma, and they were all stunned. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. How many years had it been since anyone dared to go against the Wanxiang auction house? Even the Huang and Lung clans of Wind-Seeking City didn't dare to be so presumptuous. But now a young man who wasn't even 20 years old had done such a shocking thing, and even successfully intimidated the Wanxiang auction house. This was too shocking. Looking at the sullen face of the other party, Lin Xian said coldly, "I spent 1 billion spiritual stones to buy the Lone Star sword, so it's naturally mine. But the 3 disciples of the Yen clan wanted to kill me and take the Lone Star sword without spending a single cent. How can there be such a cheap thing in this world?" The disciples of the 3 great clans actually did such a shady business of killing and robbing. How despicable! Killing and robbing. You were not strong enough and you were killed instead. You deserve to die. Lin Xian said coldly, "And your Wanxiang auction house didn't care about the twists and turns, and didn't care about right or wrong. You actually protected the martial artists who killed and robbed. Such actions are despicable. Now, you're angry out of humiliation and want to attack the auctioneer. I don't know what the Wanxiang auction house's principles are, but aren't you afraid that the world will be disappointed?" Lin Xian's words were heartbreaking, and his voice was like thunder, resounding in all directions. Today's matter was too much, and he felt angry just thinking about it. He was the one who bought the item, but the seller teamed up with the martial artists who killed and robbed and wanted to bully him. Such shameless actions could only be solved by killing and spilling blood. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Lin Xian was speaking the truth, and there was no way to refute it. The old man in the golden robe and the Wanxiang sect martial artists behind him were so angry that they trembled. Their faces darkened, and they wanted to vomit blood. Shameful, too shameful. They were being lectured by a junior, but they couldn't fight back. This feeling made them go crazy. "Elder Jean, what are you waiting for? Leave now." Suddenly, a delicate voice was heard. Then the void rippled, and a beautiful figure appeared. It was a beautiful woman in a palace dress, but she looked a little cold. She glanced at Elder Jean and said coldly, "What are you waiting for? Leave now." Elder Jean, who was originally arrogant, trembled when he was glanced at by that gaze. He quickly lowered his head. "I'll take my men and leave now." Then he waved his hand and led the group of martial artists away, entering the Wanxiang auction house. Seeing that Elder Jean and the others had left, the beautiful woman in the palace dress smiled at Lin Xian. Elder Jean and the others were in the wrong before. "I hope you can forgive them." Lin Xian nodded slightly. Judging from the attitude of Elder Jean and the others, this beautiful woman in the palace dress was definitely a high-ranking member of the auction house. Moreover, from the aura that flowed out of her body, her strength was definitely far beyond Elder Jin's. Lin Xian didn't want to go against the Wanxiang auction house. He just wanted an explanation. Now that the Wanxiang auction house had apologized, he naturally wouldn't pursue the matter any further. Then the woman in the palace dress left, and everyone in the Wanxiang auction house left as well. They no longer cared about the outside world.